All right. I hope you had some sleep. I hope you didn't walk throughout. Yeah. We went through quite a number of things yesterday, and today we are going to be getting deeper into the issues. So we provided yesterday a rationale for undertaking systematic reviews, why they are important, why we need them. We went through some of the steps that are involved in the systematic review process. Question formulation, we treated that and gave a general framework, the PICO framework, which is not really relevant in every systematic review. We highlighted the need to establish relevant, answerable, and specific research question. So formulating that is very important in the right way, because it's going to affect the other stages of the systematic review process. And I hope that this was clear enough. Then we went through developing the protocol as the roadmap and as the first step you need to take once you have identified your question or formulated your question. The protocol is very important to develop that, and you can you should register it as minimum, and you can publish it if you want to. There are some advantages in publishing because it goes through the peer review process and you can get important feedback from your colleagues and experts in your field. So it's very important to work on that. And one of the things I think you need to know, the example I used yesterday to show you the protocol development, Catherine, who was my student, she did that. And what was happening at that time was after she finished her master's thesis and she wanted to publish this piece of work, she started with the protocol. And then when she submitted the protocol, the reviewers came, and we didn't actually know that there was a review that was happening at the time, which was just published when her protocol was under review. So the reviewers were asking that we just got a new review published on the same topic. Why are you doing a new one? And the fact is that before she started doing that, she had to check protocol registration portals and check the different databases, and she didn't find anything was happening on that topic. And that was because the authors that just published did not produce a protocol, did not register. So they could not give other people signal that something was happening on the topic. And so, of course, Catherine, we had to defend it in that way. And of course, there are some aspects that we included in our study that the other people did not include. So the journal had to accept that. And then when she did this and finally got the review ready, and submitted to the journal, another journal, and the same issue came up. And the reviewers were asking, why did you make a new one? Because we just had one that was just published. And we had to defend that actually, because the authors that did the other one did not follow the right steps. They should have made a protocol. Because if you don't have a protocol, it's quite easy for you to maneuver things. If you have a protocol that is registered and published, then the reviewers will check what you promised to do if you did it. But if you don't have that, it is impossible to know if you have adhered to the highest standard of doing things, or whether you did what we call post hoc decisions. So you find something was not going well, then you change what you wanted to do. And so it should be reproducible in a way that you have the protocol stated and registered and possibly published. One other example we had some years back, we're doing systematic reviews towards the development of the food allergy and anaphylaxis guidelines for the European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology. That was about 10 years ago. We did that work. So that this European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology owns a journal called Allergy. They own a couple of journals, but the Allergy was the key one, and where the systematic reviews that we feed into development of these guidelines was to be published. And so we, at the time we were doing this, I was leading a piece of the work, and then the editor of Allergy sent me, we're in the middle of the work, sent me a paper to review for the journal, and that paper was quite similar to what we're doing. And so when I got that paper, the first thing I did was to check whether these authors registered the protocol. By that time, we had our protocol registered. We had it also published, okay? And then a piece of work similar to what we're doing was submitted to the journal. So when I went through that, I wouldn't say the authors have done excellent work, but I recommended rejection. And the reason is that they failed to do the foundational things that are required. There was no protocol registered, and there was no protocol published. Whereas we have ongoing work that will be published in the same journal that the protocol was already registered and published. So it's unclear whether the authors initiated their work based on what they have found we're doing, or they started it before us. But because they had no protocol registered or published, it was difficult to know that. But they failed in that aspect. So the picture I was showing to you here is that the developing a protocol is very important. It prevents you from a number of things. You have a clear mandate now to do what you're doing. And for science, excellence of science, it is a pathway that will enhance science. And yesterday, when I started, I tried to get you convinced of this movement. ASFI is going through to try to inculcate excellence in African scientists in the way they do their research. It's very important for you to take the pathway that is required to produce an excellent research. If you do that, I promise you, you will not struggle to publish your paper in so-called high impact journals. You will not struggle to do that because you have taken the right steps that is required to perform your research. So let's take those steps. I want you, at the end, you leave this course this week, you are on a better side of doing an excellent systematic review that will stand the test of time. That is what is required. So protocol is important, and then you need to think about it carefully in developing that protocol. So form your team and think about it. Many times I've seen researchers who are in a hurry to do science. Don't be in a hurry. It's not about counting the number of papers you have published. It's not about how fast you have got your promotion. It's about doing things that we have positive impact on the society. Yes, the protocol there, whether you're in social sciences, you're in engineering, wherever you are, you have to do it. Okay, you have to do it. If I start searching the group that has taken this course this week, they have published a semantic review, and I go and I see that they didn't raise a protocol, I will write you to disclose my disappointment that you didn't follow what we actually taught in the course. Anyway, I believe that you or somebody is saying that we should arrange a standalone course on protocol development. Wow, that's wonderful. So you mean that we didn't cover a lot this week? I'm sure what we gave you this week it will help you to shoot to go. Okay, so protocol, and then after that, yesterday we went through implementing a strategy of getting those records, the studies we're interested in. First, we have to develop the search strategy. And having developed our question, the topic is there. The first step is dissect the topic into different concepts. And once you have dissected the topic into different concepts, then you collect keywords that describe each concept. And once you have exhaustively done that, you now implement strategy to search in the databases with clear and reasonable combination of the terms in a way that it can retrieve for you what you are looking for. We implemented this in PubMed yesterday, and I hope you understood it. Unfortunately, something has happened. My local disk is not sufficient to convert the recording we had yesterday. So that is why I have not put it on YouTube yet, because I have not been able, it converted to a point, it stopped, it said you do not have sufficient space on your disk to make the conversion. And so I'm now using other options to convert it. So perhaps by the end of today, we'll get the recordings on YouTube. I know many of you were eager to spend the night to watch the videos again. It will come. But the slides are on the Google Drive. So if you go to the lecture slide folder, you will find the slides of yesterday that was put there yesterday. Okay, so you do the search, you retrieve, you export, and then we demonstrated yesterday how you can use Rayan to screen your literature. You start with abstract title and or abstract screening. For many of the papers, just by looking at the titles, you are able to exclude them. But some of them, you can check the abstract. If it's unclear at the abstract level, don't exclude it, leave it in, because you have another stage of doing the screening, and that is to obtain the full text of the papers and look at them closely. The screening should be done at least by 2 people independently. And you come, you compare, and you discuss. That is one of the things that makes the systematic review process systematic. We want a transparent process. And for those who were asking the question yesterday, my literature review, I write in my literature review section in my thesis, what is the difference between that and systematic review? You can already begin to figure out the difference. This is systematic. All right. It's systematic because it's going to feed into developing documents that will help us develop guidelines and make decisions. So it needs to be done clearly in a way that is transparent and reproducible. So once you have finished doing the screening, the natural next question will be, what will you do with a bunch of okay, somebody's asking, let me address some questions here. Can you have challenges publishing the actual systematic review if you have not published or registered your protocol? For many journals, yes. For many journals, you can't publish, they won't accept it. Especially the British journals, because the systematic review as a field has origin in Britain. So the British journals, Lancet, and there's some journals that are aware, British Medical Journal, if you submit your systematic review there without a protocol, at least that is where the movement is going. Many times you get it difficult to publish in those journals. And I'm happy that the British scientific community are those who are working hard to develop a transparent way of doing science and writing our research papers. So it depends on the journal. Some journals are not very aware. Some editors are not very aware, but for some journals, they wouldn't even publish it at all. They will tell you to produce your protocol. Yeah, we have answered this question yesterday. In what point is the protocol different from the proposal that you submit to ethics approval? I answered that the ethics approval may have other items that the protocol doesn't have, okay? Because the protocol, you develop it for scientific purpose. The ethics approval evaluates the ethics of your research. So you have overlapping content, but you also have specific content that are specific to the ethics approval proposal, and some content that are specific to the protocol that is there a chance that published protocol is used by someone else? There's a chance that somebody can actually take the paper you have published and put their own name and publish it again. That shouldn't be your fear. Your fear is not what people want to do. If people are thieves, you can't help them not to be thieves where you are. They are thieves, they are thieves. Unless you catch them, you take them to prison. You say, you stole my paper, you will remain here. But otherwise, you have the duty to do what is right, okay? Don't think of how the thieves are going to steal your paper. I've heard people saying, oh, well, you know, people will take my ideas. What ideas? Where, did you conceive the idea in your womb, or you came to the world and you find people doing things and you generate ideas? So don't call it your ideas. And after all, I tell you, we are all fighting to change the world. So don't be selfish about, don't be too picky about your ideas. Do what is right. That is important. Do what is right. And people will do what is wrong always, you know, if they want to do it. You can't stop them that much. So those concerns shouldn't be more of our problem on what people are trying to do. Let us do what is right. And that is one thing you should take out from here, doing what is right. This is the way it should be done, and I'm doing it because it is right to do it. What are the standards by which two authors can compare and screen the articles? That is based on the criteria of your semantic review. Okay, when you develop the protocol, you have the criteria of which article or which study is included, which is not included. So that is the standard you base in selecting and comparing your what is the relevance of Rayan in semantic review? Rayan helps you to do the screening. If you think it's not relevant, then go Excel. I tell you, you will not finish your project this week, and we don't have time to wait for you when you finish it because Excel will not help you so much. So Rayan is, and I promise you, if you dedicate your time to use those tools, you come back on Friday, the one who is asking this question, you will tell me it was really fantastic that I learned this system. Okay, and I hope you are not bored already with Rayan. The person who is asking. Rayan is very good. Is it compulsory to publish a semantic review where you have published the protocol? No. Not necessarily. You can send it elsewhere. Okay. All right. Ethics approval required to conduct a semantic review? Nope. Ethics are because you are dealing with secondary data. You're not dealing with human beings. You're just searching. So, but some institutions have what they call clearance. They can give you a statement that ethics review is not required for this, but you don't need ethics approval. What is a best evidence topics? I don't know what that question is. What is the difference between Rayan and confidence? Rayan is for literature screening. Confidence is doing the systematic review. Say it's an online platform you can use to do semantic review, do your data extraction, and so on and so forth. What is the last step of the protocol? The last step of the protocol is that it is concluded. I mean, if you are submitting into a journal, the journal has an outline you have to follow. The outline, some journals, I mean, if you submit to Prospero, for instance, to register it there, Prospero has its outline, the form you need to fill in that, if that is what you mean. I have an assignment for a collaborative semantic review, and I'm required to screen about 46,000 papers using Rayan. Please, any tips to make my work easier? The tip is what we went through yesterday. Confidence requirement to use confidence is I think you have to pay for that. You have to subscribe and pay for that. Okay. So the tips to screen this amount, Rayan can actually, if you want to dig deep into Rayan, I think you can watch some videos. There's some ways you can filter those screening, filter out the things that you are not interested in, like who we are showing yesterday. If your population of participants are human beings, you can do some filtering to remove animals, to remove things that are not relevant. If you are looking at intervention studies, you can remove, filter out observational studies. And so those ones will make it quick for you to get rid of some papers, and then you can focus on those that are more relevant. Relevant to your topic. If you publish your protocol and then you submit your semantic review to another journal, of course, you have to cite the protocol to say that your protocol was published in this area. If you register your protocol in Prospero or other systems, they will usually give you a registration number, and you can include that registration number in your systematic review when it's ready. How can you import or upload in Rayan as PDF file? I think they have a function there in Rayan you can use to bring your PDF. But for the papers that are freely available, I think when you export your searches to Rayan, automatically the system will collect those papers because they're freely online. But if not, if you save them in your computer, there is a function in Rayan you can easily use to get those papers into Rayan. Can you do semantic review based on published protocol? And you cited the protocol. What protocol? Your own protocol or another person's protocol? No, you can't use another person's protocol to do your own semantic review. No, protocol does not include Prisma. It does not include Prisma scheme. Okay. If you mean this Prisma flow chart, it doesn't include that. No, the protocol doesn't have any results. You don't have any expected result in the protocol. No, you don't register in Prisma. Prisma does not make any registration. There are other ones, like I showed yesterday. You have the Prospero, which is the most common one. You have registered research and some others that are coming on. No, your access to Rayan is free, so you can always have it there. When you have registered, you're registered and continue to use that. Journal to publish the protocol. Yes, there are some journals, and these are field specific. Some are generalist, like for instance, BMJ Open is a generalist journal, so you can submit your protocol there. And you have Plus One also publishes protocol. I think some other, and Plus One is also a generalist. It covers all the areas of science. And then you can look within your field if they publish protocol in some of those journals. How long will it take to develop a protocol as a beginner? If you are very anxious to get this, you can do it in a day, in 2 days, but discuss with your team. You can do it in 1 week, you can do it in 1 month. It depends on how quick you want to do that. It doesn't take time once the issues are clear in your head. How long must protocol publish? Actually, some journals can take time. A student of mine who is working on semantic review as one of her papers, she has submitted her protocol. It's almost 2 years now, and she's supposed to defend her PhD next year, and she's almost done with the semantic review, and the protocol has not been published. Once you submit your protocol, just go ahead with your semantic review. Some journals can be troublesome. They can work like snail. They don't want to move fast. And so once you submit, start your systematic review and do it because you have your document. Otherwise, you can't wait for the journals to stop your movement. We're unstoppable. We shouldn't allow anybody to. But just do the right thing, submit it, and start doing your work there. It's possible that by the time you are publishing your, that is why it's important to register it first before you publish, and then you can cite that it has been registered. After you extracted the screening literature, do you take it to RevMan? How do you do it? Oh, this person is far ahead of us. Please take it easy. We have not reached there. Okay, today we are going to talk about that. Now this person came late. The YouTube is not available yet. I will send that to you. All right. Okay, thanks. Eman has answered that. No, this person wants to cut corners. Can a protocol be done retrospectively after you finish your? Nope, that is cheating. That is cheating. And if we catch you, then you are in big trouble. Do it before you even started semantic review. That is what is required. You can't do it retrospectively. And I guess you have done one, and then you are now trying to. You can't solve that matter. You can't solve it. I remember I was in a university some time ago teaching. I think that was in Portugal, and I was teaching this PhD students systematic review. and meta-analysis. And this student came to me and said, "Oh, do you know, I've already finished my systematic review, and many of these things you are saying here, I didn't do them. What do? I need to graduate." I said, "Well, what do you want to use systematic review for?" He said, "For my thesis. Is that all?" He said, "No, I'm thinking that what I'm doing can also be used by GPs to make decisions. So I think this can be used to develop guidelines." I said, "If that is your ambition, then start all over again." So he had his hand on his head. "How can I do that?" I said, if you don't want to use it to develop the guidelines, then you can go ahead and fulfill your requirement, but you can't publish it. Okay? Otherwise, take the steps we have gone through this week. Oh, that was not so good news. Not so good news. But after the next day, he came to me, he said, "I have decided to redo it." I said, "Yes, that is the right thing to do." All right, when conducting a semantic review, do we need to emphasize the need to include or identify the dependent and dependent variables in the title just like an empirical research? When you're formulating your title should clearly state what you are looking at. I mean, if it's something affecting something, then those should be clearly indicated there. It's not clear to me if what you really mean by, because you may have more than one independent variable, you may have more than one dependent, but your title should capture the idea of the study you are doing. If you have already progressed in your work without citing, is it a protocol? Can you come back and now build it? Nope, nope, nope. That is cutting corners. And don't leave here to think about that. Okay, now we are dealing with this week. Please, let's do it right. It needs to be done before you start. Is your lab open to accept PhD students in study semantic review? Nope, nope. We don't have room for that, honestly. Because you can do it. You can do it anywhere in the world you sit. We actually have small space where we in this part of the world you don't have big offices, don't have so we'll not have anyway, I'm just joking, but we don't have room just for systematic reviews. We can discuss other things, discuss projects. We can discuss visiting. If you want to visit, yeah, we can talk about that, but that will also require cost and different logistics. Is it okay to critique in a narrative review? I'm not sure what you mean, critique. In case the protocol is suggested by the time systematic review is ready for publication, what can we do? It means that then you have the systematic review is based on a very wrong foundation. If your systematic review protocol is rejected because you have not done a good job, and you base your systematic review on that, then it's problematic. You see, that is why it is important to have a team that will help you to fine tune what you're doing, not just topic experts, but methodologies. Actually, one of the groups last year is working on a semantic review, and they have sent their protocol. It has been reviewed, and I think it's almost there to be published. And then they said, "Okay, now we want to meet with you. We want to meet with you to look at where we are. We're almost there." Oh, I said, "Wow, why did you get almost there? You have not consulted me all this while. Okay, let's see what you have done." And they said, "We're trying to now use RefMan to do meta-analysis. That's where we are." I said, "No, I want you to take me from the beginning. What have you done from the beginning?" And it appeared that they have not even done it the right way at all, then we need to start all over. What? Yeah. So in your team, you should have people who have idea. Don't jump the guns. Don't be quick just to get it. Do it right. Okay, carry people along. If you don't have expertise in your group, find one to get who can advise you rightly. The goal is not to publish and then you put it on the wall of your office. This is just published. Yeah, that's good to have that. But actually, I tell you, it is more important that we can do science in the right way. And of course, we will all benefit from it. All right. So I'm trying to let you know this week that the ultimate goal is to do things in the right way, do your science in the right way. If you have not been doing it right before, then after this course, one thing you should have learned, as I was saying yesterday, one thing you should have learned is doing it the right way. What's the difference between narrative review and semantic review? All right, it depends on what you're talking about, really. You know, this many things that the review is attached to them can be confusing. But within the semantic review, if you do not have meta-analysis, it automatically becomes a narrative description of your results, and everything is narratively described. Okay, but if what you mean here is expert review, you know, you go and you do a review on a topic, then that is not systematic. Okay, but you can also enhance that expert review to a level of being systematic in the sense that you can do what we have done yesterday, and then you can narratively describe. But if it's not systematic, doing what we are doing this week, if you have not done it in that way, then it's not systematic review. That is just the difference. All right. It's a protocol required for non-invasive studies. I'm not sure what that means. But if it's a systematic review, protocol is required. Can I propose systematic review topics for my postdoc? Yeah, you discuss with your supervisor or whoever is there. Some have different flavors about what their researchers do and what they don't do. If your supervisor doesn't have experience in this, he may want to, or she may want to say, well, I don't think I can guide you in this, and so on. So have your local discussions and see what is possible. What are different between literature review and goodness me, we have gone through this. Between protocol and ethical submission, what is supposed to come before? Of course, your protocol should be ready and can be attached to the ethics approval, and let the ethics approve it before it's can be submitted. But for systematic review, you don't need ethics approval. Okay, so you just develop your protocol and submit. But sometimes you have research you're doing that systematic review is part of that project. Okay, so the project includes a systematic review. Then in that case, go through the ethics approval of the project proposal in which systematic review is included and get the ethics approval. And then you can develop the protocol for systematic review and submit. When someone or a group of individuals commences systematic review, is there a timeline within which such systematic review must be conducted? Yeah, I mean, this is an important question. If a field is quite rapid in the studies that are published, if you take too long, let's say you take 1 year, and by that 1 year, studies have been published. what will happen is that if you submit it for publication, the reviewers may ask you to do updated search. So if you search your literature 1 year ago and you start the process, and by the time you finish, studies have been published, reviewers may ask you that it's a long time since you finished your search. Do updated search to see if studies have been published after you did your search. And sometimes if the field is a rapid one, you can find much more studies that have come forward. So that is why you can try to do it quickly. But if it is overwhelming, you can argue for that you may want to do an updated review soon. Otherwise, it is really difficult to catch. I had an experience, one of my PhD students, he did a topic we'll cover. Let me see, that is on Thursday, umbrella reviews. He did umbrella reviews for as part of his PhD. And this can take tremendous amount of time, really. So he spent 2 years doing this. And by the time he's finished, studies, he did updated search, and studies that he obtained were a little more than the one he included. And it means that he will require more than 2 years again to finish that one. And by the time he finishes that one, and he does updated search, more will come. Okay, but this story needs to stop somewhere. So when he found out that, I said, well, we can't do this. Let's submit it. And I know the reviewers will ask, let's have our defense first, that this is a very fast emanating field. And so we have to stop somewhere, and perhaps updated review, umbrella review soon will support, because it's never ending story that will come up, but try to do it as quick as possible. All right, I have spent almost 45 minutes now looking at the things we did yesterday, and I can't answer all the questions that have been asked here. Some of them are repetitions of what we have talked about, and I hope that the recap we have done now can help you to think through what we have done yesterday before we go into the activities for today. Please remember, put your group number on your name. Put your group number on your name, and then we can have it easy in taking you to your groups when it is time, a breakout session. Yeah. Olufisayo, I'm not sure what you mean, because you're already in the course, isn't it? Okay, I hope you can sort out that. All right, some people want me to repeat. So if you see your picture, at least you can see your picture on the screen. Usually you will see yourself. So put your cursor on your picture. If you put your cursor, you will see on the top right, a blue box, square box will come out with 3 dots. Click it, and a drop-down menu will come, and you see rename. On rename, just put your group number at the end of your name. Please, I see some people that still have very long names. Goodness me. Just make it short, okay? Just make it short. We just want that number so that we can send you there. When you have such long names, we don't even see the group number, and that is what we are looking for. Don't make too much introduction. If I tell you my names are too much. I have one from my father, or even two from my mother, my aunties, my grandfather. It's too much, but I have to take one. Okay, so please just give one. It's enough, and then it's easy for us to send you. We see that number. That is the most important thing. All right. I think, is there any group that has not sent me their topic? Let me see. I have I've not gotten from group 5, group 6, group 7, group 9, group 10, and group 11. So 6 groups have sent, 6 groups have not sent. So please do so that we can get that going. I tell you, this week will be a tough week. Yeah, and I see from your faces that you're prepared to handle it, because you're going to deal with this issue of producing your project, but you need to get started as soon as possible. So send me your topics so that we can deal with them. All right. Okay. So let's get into today's activities. All right. So we have treated the 3 yesterday, and we have the 4th one. You see, it's like we're almost halfway. Yeah, we're almost halfway. Almost halfway. Let's see where we can get. But I tell you, there is a place we will get now, and we'll slow. But today we are going to cover a number of things: data extraction, critical appraisal, doing the synthesis, then getting into the meta-analysis. I think many of you are really very much excited to get into that. But of course, you can't get into that if we don't do these issues. Every group, send me your topic by email. Don't send it on the chat box. Send me by email, okay? All right. So this morning we are going to go through data extraction. All right. So we have gone through the screening in Rayan, and then we have at the end looked at the full text, discussed, and agreed. Let's say the papers we obtained yesterday, 576. Eventually, we screened them, looked at the full text, and we agreed that 20 of them should be included in the systematic review, definitely. All right. So what you do is that you now have to go to those papers to extract the relevant information you need. Okay. Extract the relevant information you need. All right. So the data extraction stage of the semantic review, it's the process that you use to collect the relevant information, and usually you should tailor the data extraction to your review question. What I mean by that is that the data extraction form, will develop a form, the data extraction form that a semantic review has used may not be relevant to yours, because your topic is specific and may not capture what the other form has. You can take a form and then you customize it, modify, and make it relevant to your review you're doing. But in every case, it should be tailored to your review question. Like when you did the screening by 2 independent people at least, the data extraction should also be done by at least 2 independent reviewers and an arbitrator, someone who can help you to skate through anything that you have not come in agreement between the two of you. I say by at least 2 is that this my student who did umbrella review. It was a huge amount of work. Okay, you can really understand that, very huge amount of work. So there were 7 of them working on that review. 7 of them were working on that review. We just finished the review we did. I told you 10 years ago for the European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology. We just did an updated review now, okay, this year, to make it a 10-year update of what we did. And so we had to recruit. How many people did we recruit? We had 6 reviewers who were working. And so the literature had to be divided amongst them. And so you have pair of individuals. So 2 working on a pile, 2 working on a pile independently. So if you have more hands, you divide it into pairs of people. So, but each paper and each study must have 2 people independently working on that. Stage 1 is that you make a plan of the type of analysis and table. This is a preliminary. What you're doing here is digging into understanding what you want to do, getting it out. There is a course we have in ASFI, the art of scientific writing and publishing. Many times people think that science is group of people who have just these rules of doing things. Personally, I see that there are aspects, artistic. Somebody is annotating our distinct. Goodness me, who is that? Please make sure you are not annotating. All right. Yeah, what was I even saying? Can someone remind me? I was saying about science being an art as well. Science is an art. See, when you come especially to data presentation, I like when people do these things artistically. When my students come, they are writing their papers, they want to know how to do this, and I sit them down, I say, you see, for instance, women do it much. You wake up in the morning, they are just on the mirror, they will look at the hair, they will look at the lips, they will look at the eyes, they will do this, they will do that. That is a process of curating. You're trying to appear. When you're doing that, you are thinking of how somebody sees and perceives you. So you're getting in the mind of somebody else to see, okay, if this person sees me, what will he think, or what will she think about me? Okay. So I use that description to tell them that is actually the way. You don't put your group number on the chart. Don't put it on it. Just do what I've told you to change your names. Otherwise, some of you were here yesterday. You couldn't go to any group because we didn't know the group you belong. And some of you have weird names. All right. So I use this description to tell them when you are doing science, when you're doing something, you want to present your data, have the reader in mind. What do you think you want the reader to know? Okay? What do you think? And you need to be into this. Think about it carefully. Bury yourself into it. If you are a reader, what will you want to see from this paper? And then you can add your artistic colors. Okay? Add your artistic colors. In this, there are guidelines, but those guidelines do not prevent you from becoming artistic. Your tables, your use of language, your figures. I love those going outside the box to find something that is novel you can bring to your process of communication. And so when you are planning the data extraction, you need to be into it. What will I want the readers to, which information will I want to give them? Okay. Of course, they will want to know the description of the studies, where they have been published, who has published them, how many people are in the study, what kind of study design they have used, how have they made their measurements, how long, for instance, if it was a follow-up study, and so on and so forth, before you actually begin to talk about the result they have found. Okay, so when you're thinking about this, you can already begin to make a list of tables. I have a group of students who contacted me and they say, oh, can I come to have an internship with you? I say, yeah, we have space, we have things you can do. So they came, they just finished their master's degree and they came. Well, currently my group, we are working on COVID data in our cohort. So it's not just the way I take them through is it's not just that you want to publish something. As a master's graduate, you lack lots of research experience. So I would like you, by the time you finish your internship, you have tools in your hands, and then you also have a product to show what you have done. So it depends on how motivated you are, how much you can carry on to write. We have lots of data you can work on. So how fast you are depends on the product you bring up, but otherwise, I would like you to gain some of the skills. And so we start, and the first thing is, okay, this is the topic. We discuss the topic, and the first thing I would like you to do is go and think of how will you want to present such a data if you understand this topic. So you start from the tables. Will I use figures to describe this, or how will I do that? And so on and so forth. So this gives you an opportunity to develop ways to get information out in a way people can understand it. And people can understand if you understand what you're actually doing. Some people publish and they don't understand what they have done. Trust me, especially those who want to publish to get promotion. All right, once you have captured this in your mind, then design an extraction form, pilot it. What I mean by pilot is to test it, to see how it's working. Then refine it. Once you have piloted, you can refine it, okay? Then the design, make your form easy to use. Make it easy to use. And that is one of the things actually I emphasize when I also teach scientific processes. Science should be easy to communicate. I know there are some fields that you have to really go into details and begin to talk about some jargons, but regardless, you can make life easy for yourself and for your readers. So simplicity is a goal we should achieve as scientists. It's a story I used to always say when I teach scientific writing and communication. When I was at the high school, my English teacher used to emphasize this issue of simplicity. Yeah, there's some software for the destruction, but many times those software do not capture the complexity of things you want to do. So you can easily develop your own, and I'll show you some example. And so my English teacher would say simplicity when you're writing. And I tell you, simplicity is not easy. Even in our daily dresses, you just wear dresses. These days, we want to be complex. Some shoes are so complex. Some dresses are so complex. Sometimes you don't know where the hand is, where the neck is. But actually, simplicity is a goal we should aim for. I love simplicity. And so the teacher was telling us, there was a time, a story that was told in one school, and in that school, that was at a time in Africa where people were not easily professors because not many people have gone to school or even university. So before you see a professor is white-headed, okay? Because there's so much gray hair everywhere. And he's bad. That is how you know a professor, an old man that has gray hair everywhere. All right? That is how you know a professor. And the professors were known as people who can speak big grammar. And so she said, in this school, there was a plan that a professor will visit the student, and the students were so excited. Oh, goodness me, we're going to see a professor. And we have not seen a professor before. And the day came, the professor came, and they were having their devotion, And the professor stood before the student and said, "Oh, my children, I'm so happy to be with you today. So nice to see how cheerful you are all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity." And then there was murmuring everywhere. Oh, and the professor stopped and said, "Oh, what is the problem?" I was asking the teachers there. He said, "The students are saying that the grammar you're speaking, they already know it. They expect you to speak big grammar." So, oh, is that why? And then what happened was that the professor started, bamboozling this big grammar, and there was applause everywhere. The students were clapping, hey, and cheering the professor. But the question was that, did they understand what he was saying? No, they didn't understand what he was saying. All right. Many scientists take such steps. There's some papers you read it again, and you read it again, and read it again before you understand. Okay. But when I describe to my students, I say, I like simplicity. You write a paper that somebody will love reading. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, this is not a writing class, but some of these things, when we do our grant writing course and the art of scientific writing, we can go into more detail. But the point I'm trying to make here is that even when you develop your systematic research processes, every step should be as simple as possible so that people can understand it. I'm not sure what you mean exchange roles, but I think by the time we finish this session, things may be clear for you. Okay, let's hope so. So when you do this, do it and make your forms should be easy for people. And you can also include instructions of how people can complete it. You can include instructions of how people can complete it to aid consistency. Minimize free text fields. Okay, minimize free text fields so that you do not struggle to put together and report what has been done. All right, so that is stage one. The stage two continues. The content of data extraction form should be guided by your question. And I've given you some tips now, but there is data extraction form here. One of the let me just stop sharing this and show you one of the papers I shared with you. One of those, let me, that is Center for Review and Dissemination book, has some guide on data extraction. All right, let me get this. I think this is Catherine's data extraction form. Yeah, I see some of the groups saying the coordinators did not appear. If they don't appear, please just do justice and change the coordinator so that we can get information on our attendance. It's very important. So please, somebody can substitute, right? Yeah, I'm still here, so don't worry, I will come back to. I just want to get this resource for you now so that you can. So those who are just joining, we are still here. All right. an exemplar data extraction form. This is Catherine's data extraction form. She included the if you are, just to mention, if you are attending this course and you invited your colleague and you gave your colleague the link to join and your colleague has not been admitted to this course. Yesterday we said we don't accept that. So kindly tell your colleague to leave us, because soon we identify and it's not good to embarrass the person. We would like as many people as possible to have access to this course. But you know, many times when things are free, people, especially we Africans, we know how to abuse it. We know how to abuse it, and it's not fine. We need to be professional in a setting like this. This course, I don't know if you attended courses, but some people have attended courses of 8 hours a day for 1 week. You will know how much that will cost. That will cost tremendous amount of money. That is true. Okay. But what happened is that we selected 300, and yesterday and today you can see that number is much less than that. And we have clearly emphasized, if you are not attending, please let us know. Out of almost 1,800 people applied, we gave place to 300. It means that around 1,500 did not get a space, and many of them are motivated. And so tens of people have not attended this course and did not give us information. Okay, I can't attend. Please give my place to another person. And you see, that prevents other people from using the opportunity. But the other thing is when you are attending the course without being invited to attend. It's also unfair to those who would have attended and did not attend. So please, if you're here, then you are not invited, kindly just leave and leave us alone. But if you are here, you have been invited, clearly you should know your group, the group you belong. If you ask me the question, what is my group, which is my group, then it gives me some indication that you are not actually invited. All right. So if you're invited, you should know your group, because we have sent information clearly beforehand, explain, sent reminders so that nobody comes and start complaining. And so before I go forward, is there anyone here who does not know their group? Who has been invited to this course and does not know the group they are? Is there anyone? We can help you. We can help you. Just to check some record. Is anyone? All right, nobody. So, okay. So, this is Catherine's data extraction. This reviewer that reviewed this paper, you know, this was the paper, the protocol I told you that the reviewers were saying that we just had a new paper published. What are you doing? And so the reviewers went really to an extent. Normally, This is the search strategy. Normally, you could include a search strategy for one database, and you just indicate that you will adapt this in formulating for other databases. But this reviewer is trying to really ensure that we have done the right thing. What they have done is that they have requested that Catherine should produce the search strategy for all the databases that we are going to use. So you can see all this. You can see all of them. She had to include. And not just that, they went ahead to ask that she also include the data extraction she said she has constructed. And so she needed to bring the data extraction form. It's not a form here now, but you can put this into a form, Word document or Excel. Excel is easier to handle. And so what does it contain? She has it into different sections. This is general information. Okay, and that is the reviewer, the population characteristics. And she has divided this for different study designs, cohort studies. Yeah, I think she included for cohort study alone because she has this for different study designs. And then you can see here the information she's requesting for each section. Exposure, this can be intervention. If this is the context you're working on, and she has given what information of what she wants, the outcomes, and so on and so forth. So you can see that this is quite detailed. Somebody wants this to increase. Is it fair enough? All right, so all this, and then she has extra useful information, limitation of the study, interpretation, generalizability, and so on and so forth. All right, that is Catherine's data extraction. And so while I was saying that it should be adaptable to the review question, you can't just take these and implement on your own distance. All right. Now, the Center for Review and Dissemination from the University of York, in their book, which you should have, Systematic Reviews, Center for Review Dissemination Guidance for Undertaking Reviews in Health. They also have this kind of data extraction form you can adapt to, and they're giving you different information you can collect. You can read more about that. This from pages, this is pages 30 and 31 from that book. It's available online. I can put the link on the chat box, and it's also available in your in the folder where you have the materials. Also, I gave it to. Right. So pages 30 and 31. All right, let me continue. My time is also gone today. Let me. Okay, so once you have developed the form, pilot it. And so what it means that you take 2 or 3 papers, and those people who are working independently should take those 2 or 3 papers and pilot and see whether the extraction form is capturing the information they want from each study. Okay, it's capturing. So that will give you an insight whether there are things to modify that are not well formulated in the extraction form. You have to do this. And once you have done the piloting, you can then modify and make it better before you use it in extracting all the studies. All right, yeah, this is what I showed you. Then stage 3, once you have piloted and you're fine with it, you have modified, then the next thing is undertake the definitive extraction, done independently by 2 reviewers. Sometimes it may require you to manipulate the data you are collecting. For instance, if your systematic review concerns, let's say, estimating the prevalence of a particular thing, and there the authors have not calculated the prevalence, they have given the number of people affected by that, and of course you have the total number of the study population, you can calculate that by yourself. Sometimes you may calculate and they don't have the confidence intervals of the estimate, you can calculate that by yourself. Sometimes they have calculated some estimate in some metrics that you are not interested in. For instance, if you're looking at the effect of one thing or the other, and they have calculated things like odds ratio, and you want it to be in the risk ratio metrics, you can also make some conversion. So the point here is that when you're doing data extraction, there is a possibility that you can manipulate the data to get what you are interested in. All right. Stage 4, once you have extracted independently, you compare the extractions between the reviewers for consistency, correction of any discrepancy, resolve any ambiguous areas. And of course, sometimes you find out that the papers do not have sufficient information that you need. And then you take a decision to contact the authors of the papers to give you more information. But that can be sometimes disappointing, sometimes it goes through because sometimes the paper has been published a long time ago and the authors have moved away from where the study was done, or they have retired, or sometimes they might also have died. Yeah, if you have information to calculate the odds ratio by yourself, please do that. That is the key thing we are saying here. So it is good to contact the authors, but if they are not there, then it's a dead end. You can't get through with that. But yes, once it's possible, please do that. Many of them are happy to do that, to respond to you. Sometimes you have to give them a bait, depending on how much information you need from them. Sometimes they can come back and tell you, well, I will provide you this information, but I would like to be part of, yeah, no problem. Where I have had that kind of situation many times, and we included them. But that is the beauty of the whole thing. Science works in that way, and if you are comfortable, why not say, well, we're happy to include you. All right. I've shown the, yeah, if you're having connection issues, we can help you. All right. So similar to what we did when we are doing the literature screening yesterday. So reviewer 1 is extracting the studies that I've included. Reviewer 2 is doing that, and then you meet, you discuss, you resolve discrepancies, and then you resolve and then take forward the extraction you have done. All right, let's Okay, let's take 10 minutes break and return. 10 minutes break and we return. Yeah, let's return 20 minutes to the hour. 20 minutes to the hour. Okay. Does anyone have question related to what we have done so far? Data extraction. Okay, I have Francis. Francis, you can unmute.
Hello, Prof. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry to take us back. When using a Ryan for selecting paper, is it that you have to use Ryan first to do your data screening before you start looking at the paper based on the title and the content of the abstract? Just want to be clear with that.
So when you have done the searches from the database,
okay,
then you take to Ryan. Okay, you don't look at the papers. It is in Ryan you screen, and in screening, you want to exclude, because when you do the searches, you will get lots of things that are not relevant to your topic. Okay, so when you screen, you get those things out and exclude them, and then include those that are relevant. So to do this, you do it in Ryan. And as we discussed yesterday, the first stage of doing that screening is to look at the titles first and see if from the titles you can include or exclude a study. If it's not clear enough at the title, you look at the abstract. If it's not clear, at the abstract level, then you include that paper. Don't exclude it, because you have another stage of looking at the full text of the paper. Okay, so you go through that independently between at least two people doing that. And once you have finished, you have compared, you have discussed, and then you have agreed the papers to retrieve the full text. You go on and retrieve the full text of the papers, and then once you have retrieve the full text of the papers, you screen again based on the full text, in which you quickly look at the full text of the papers and decide whether you have better clarity on which papers to include. And once you have decided that, and you're sure now that you have the papers to include, the next thing is what we have discussed this morning, to extract information from those papers that are relevant to your topic. Okay, I hope that clarifies. I have John Bosco.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. My question, after extracting the data, if you realize that there is no sufficient data to answer one of the research questions, what do? You have to revise the research, or you abandon that particular aspect?
No, you can't abandon anything, John. If your study have started, don't abandon anything. Okay, we are not here to abandon. We are here to exhaust that question. So that is a finding on its own, John. Because if you do not have sufficient information and you have done exhaustive search, comprehensive exhaustive search, so not finding sufficient information to answer that question is also a finding by itself to the scientific community that we don't have sufficient information to address this question. So we need more studies on that. Is it clear enough for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Any other before we move on? Okay, I have some.
Morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Thank you for yesterday. It was a day well spent. Just to follow up on what John just raised, in that case, then you start doing what? A individual study to then build up some possible answers to the questions you're raising.
No, so in your review, if you don't have sufficient information to address that question, so that it will be the discussion in your review. That will be
okay.
So your review will end highlighting that we set out to investigate this, but based on the evidence we have generated, there is still insufficient data or insufficient evidence to make any conclusion. And so your recommendation from your paper in going forward to the scientific community is we need more studies. That is overall, in a nutshell, what your paper will conclude.
Okay.
And then the new studies that will be done, you can come back later on to do updated systematic review, let's say in 2 years, in 5 years, if more studies have been generated, you can do updated systematic review, and then you can use the new evidence now to see if you answer that question.
Just a follow-up question as well. Would it be advisable to maybe re-engineer your topic such that you're able to, to net in some work that was done before?
No, you can't re-engineer anything. You can't re-engineer. What you do is, once, that is why the protocol is important. Once you have developed your protocol, you have to stick to it.
Right. Okay.
Your goal, you see, our next, I don't know if you have been attending our tips and tricks. Our next tips and tricks in August will be on science and ignorance. Science and ignorance. What does ignorance have to play in science? And I think all of you should attend that, because many times when we are following the scientific process, we are running to get an answer.
Okay.
But that is not the ultimate goal of science. The ultimate goal of science and scientists is to run to raise more questions. I have a friend of mine I attended university with. Anytime he calls me, he's a pastor. He say, "Oh, have you not finished your research? When will you finish?" And I laugh. I say, "You never finishes." The more you look, the more answers are coming. So that is the beauty of it. So you don't re-engineer anything. What you have done is that you actually set out to address a question and to arrive at an answer. But the more you do it, the more questions you are bringing up.
So you keep pushing on the frontiers. In other words.
It keep on going. So don't reformulate your question because there is no sufficient data. That itself is an answer you can provide the scientific community, but that answer has raised more questions and research directions you can take in going forward.
Wonderful. Thank you, Prof.
All right. Okay, I have Daniel Owusulu.
Thank you, Prof, for taking us thus far. I have an issue. I don't know whether it's the same with others. The exporting of data to RAIAN, if it's possible to give it a few more minutes today, I don't know. And even searching for literature on PubMed
But Daniel, you were here yesterday.
Yes, I was.
Oh, you are carried with the frenzy.
It's a little.
Now you're settling. Okay, don't worry. I think I will try to, if that is a general feeling, I think we can try to repeat it a little bit again today. Let's see if we find time. Okay, you have a group work, a lot of time assigned to your group work. We can take 15 minutes or 20 minutes of that and they do it at the end of the sessions today. So yeah, so your request has been granted. Do you have another question?
No, thank you.
All right, so then I have Taiwo, then we move on. Taiwo, you can unmute.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, go ahead.
My question is considering when you start your systematic review and find out that some questions don't have answers from the studies you were able to retrieve. Because the way people are asking, I want to know, does it reduce the credibility of the study outcome? Does it reduce the impact of the systematic review? Like since you were not able to get, if you find out the questions where you set out to answer from the systematic review, you were not able to get answers from those studies that you retrieved. I'm just asking, does it, like you said, that yes, you see, right, it is scientific.
Your line is not good, but it looks like.
But does it reduce in a way?
It looks like I got the point you're trying to make. You're saying if you don't have sufficient data to address your question, if it reduces the the quality of your work, not in any way. You see, what we are concerned here, and I want to repeat it. I want to repeat it so that it's clear. What we are concerned and what I have been taking you through since yesterday is not looking for an answer. It's not looking for an answer. I'm taking you through a process. The process is more important than the answer you get. So focus on the process. The robustness of your process will give confidence to your answer. It is not the answer that gives confidence to what you have done. It is the robustness of your process. So if you have followed all the processes and you come to see that the studies that have been generated on this topic do not have sufficient evidence to support the question you have raised, that is not your problem. It's not a problem of the process. It is a problem of what is happening in the field. And what is happening in the field is important for the field to know, so that in going forward, we know how to now address that question more definitively.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. I have Stella, you are tempting me now. Well, let me give you time and you'll be the last.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Please, is it only RCT papers that one can use for systematic review?
Nope. You don't. It's not only in even the biomedical science you can do semantic. I've said you can use it in any field. So whether it's RCT or whatever studies, you can use it in any field. Those who are doing in animals, those who are doing in economics, those who are doing in social sciences, those who are doing engineering, you can use the same process to undertake that. All right. So let's go on. All right, we are getting closer home. We have looked at data extraction now. Now we're going to appraise the study. Yesterday, I mentioned something to you, and I hope you should be able to remember that there are two overarching goal of a systematic review. Okay, two overarching goal. One of them is on the screen here. Can someone tell me the second one? Is there anyone who remembers? The first one here is to appraise the quality of existing studies. Does anyone remember? I remember in those days we used to have a quiz. Okay, I have Adewoyin. Let me see. Yeah. Tell me. Adewoyin, you can unmute yourself.
All right, sir. To provide high quality summary of the underlying evidence.
Great. So if that is the only thing you live with from this course, which I don't think, because we have talked about so much stories that you have many stories you can live from this course. But if those two things stick, the first one is to appraise the quality of studies contributing. And then the second one is to provide high-level summary. Okay? Those are the two overarching goals of the systematic review. And so now we have developed our research question, worked on the protocol. We have searched the literature, obtained the studies, screened them. Now confident that we have the number of studies that should be taken forward into the systematic review. This morning, we have looked at how you can collect information or the data from those studies that have met your criteria. Now, the next stage is appraising the quality of those studies. Okay, the systematic review is a tool you use to develop evidence that can influence decision. But decision will be weak if that evidence is weak. We can't make meaningful conclusion of we can't make meaningful decision based on weak evidence. So it's not sufficient to say that we have 50 studies on this topic, but if they are weak studies in terms of how they have been conducted, then we can't have confidence on the evidence they have generated. It is also possible that if we have 50 studies, for instance, some may be of high quality, some may be of low quality. So when you go back to the definition yesterday, when Wikipedia is saying that in systematic review, we are generating evidence for all high quality studies. No, this is a place now where we can dissect, appraise the quality of the studies, and able to categorize them into different categories of quality. Some of them will have high quality status. Some of them will have medium quality. Some may have low quality. Okay. In other words, some may have high risk of bias. Some may have low risk of bias. Some may have maybe medium risk of bias. So the next thing we are doing now, once we have done the data extraction, is to, for each study, make an assessment of the quality of that study. And that assessment we make of the quality of that study will be taken into account in interpreting the evidence generated from that study. All right. Some people spent the night. I told you yesterday, I wasn't a prophet. No, I wasn't a prophet yesterday when I was saying it, that I know that some of you will spend the night. I was just telling you that is what happened. Okay, that's what happened. And I know there are some other situations where I will tell you, You will not sleep this night because you want to test. So some people are already confirming that I didn't sleep last night because I was trying to replicate what, and eventually they are crying this morning. I didn't eventually replicate it. And that is the frustrating part, because if you don't replicate it, it means that you will not even sleep. Even when you go to sleep, you will dream about it and you wake up and you go back to your computer table to do it again. But if you're able to replicate, then it's easy, because then you can go and sleep and sleep peacefully. All right. Anyway, we have promised that we support you today again and go over it. So don't cry so much. And now, so let's go back to quality of the study. So if you have the 50 studies, each of them, you're going to make assessment. What is the quality of the study? Each of them. All right? Because that will feed into interpretation we are giving to our evidence we have generated. All right, so quality assessment is the process of evaluating the methodological rigor of the study, okay, in which we try to identify some flaws in the way the studies have been designed, some flaws in the way the studies have been conducted, and some flaws in the way the studies have been reported. All right. So in doing this, in appraising the quality, we are trying to understand how robust is that evidence in guiding the decision. So it's not just a matter of what did they find. No, that is not the issue. They may find something interesting, but once we go through the quality appraisal, we find out that they lack quality to guide our decision. Okay, so once you have done that, you can also derive from the quality appraisal we do standards for future research on the topic. All right. In the for instance, in the COVID scenario we have, you know that the real-time PCR that has been developed was not there, it was not used initially when the COVID started. It was not used there. And so what happened then was that patients will go to the GP, and GP will make assessment and see what symptoms they have. And the World Health Organization was quick, and they developed the ICD codes for those for COVID. And so the GP can look at the symptoms and then can categorize that, okay, this patient has this patient has that, this patient has that. Until the time when PCR was established as the gold standard for diagnosing COVID. And so, for instance, my own study we're doing here, we have data before the PCR started, and people were diagnosed by the physician using the, going to the clinic and the physician make assessment. If you do a study now, we have done a study. We're still in the final stage, trying to compare physician diagnosis and PCR test, and we found out that those who were diagnosed by the physician, when they tested them for COVID using PCR, about 80% of those diagnosed by the physician were confirmed to have COVID using PCR. Okay, which means that if a physician is diagnosing a patient to have COVID or not, 80% of the time, the physician will correctly diagnose that this person has COVID. 80% of the time. You may ask, so what is the need? Because we have PCR. The need is this. PCR is costly, okay? It's costly. It's not also easy for several places to have it. And so the use of this thing we have found is that it gives an assurance to, especially for certain low and middle income countries where they do not have the resources to have full rollout of PCR in the population, they can also rely on the GP to make diagnosis, because 80% of the time, the GP will get it right. And so that is reassuring, okay? All right, now, the why I'm bringing this is this. If you, because PCR is the gold standard of diagnosing, and the GP will get it 80% of the time. If you are appraising the quality of studies that have used PCR, we have higher level of quality in terms of diagnosing COVID than no, sensitivity does not depend on the prevalence. Sensitivity depends. I mean, what depends on the prevalence is of course, positive predictive and negative predictive values. Okay, but sensitivity and specificity are global measures you can use across setting. All right. So, but the point is, using this as an example, when you are appraising the quality, you have different studies, and you have this study that has used PCR to diagnose COVID, and this one that has used just physician diagnosis. Then you know that the one that has used PCR will have higher quality, will have lower risk of bias than the one that has used physician diagnosis, because physician diagnosis does it right only 80% of the time. All right. So that is one way when we talk about appraising the quality of the studies. So it provides us opportunity to understand how robust the evidence is, and it helps us in going forward in the future. What can we amend in this area we are doing our studies? What can we amend in terms of how we design, maybe in patient recruitment, maybe in the patient profile, it may be in the tools we use to diagnose, it will be in the tools we use to make several measurements. How can we amend that? So the quality is very important. So when we talk about the quality, we are looking at potential for bias. We will want to have a study that has low variance and low bias than a study that has high variance and high bias. Okay, so we need to balance. Now, when we do the quality appraisal in the context of clinical studies or social studies, we're looking at how the study has been designed, how the patient have been recruited, how the data has been collected, how they have been measured, have they used standard measures, and so on and so forth. And because this will eventually affect the generalizability of the findings from our study. There are several tools available to make the quality assessment, okay? In the context of randomized controlled trials, okay? The Cochrane tool is called the Cochrane Epoch tool, is the gold standard. So if you are dealing with randomized controlled trials, use the Cochrane tool because it's the gold standard. Of course, there are other tools there. We have the CASP, we call it CASP. We have the EPHPP, we have the Duke University one, you have Newcastle, Ottawa, and there are tens of others. I can't tell you, okay, pick this one and leave that one. It's a matter of choice because each of them has their ups and downs, you know. But for randomized control trials, the Cochrane tool is the best so far. So for observational studies that are not randomized control trials, you can choose any of these. The Cochrane tool appears in this way. Consort is not a tool for quality appraisal. And I have to emphasize this. Consort and Prisma and all those are not tools for quality appraisal. They are tools for reporting. They are just checklists for reporting if the authors have reported the things in the right way. So don't use Consort or all those two. I know people have used them and they have scaled through the journals many times because the editors don't have that idea, the reviewers don't have. But Consort and the likes of it from Equator are not quality appraisal tools. They are tools to aid reporting. So these other tools are the ones you should use when you're appraising the quality of the studies. All right. So the Cochrane tool appears in this way, and it asks you questions from different perspectives, okay, for each study. And for each study, you need to report. This. Yeah, this is the Cochrane tool. The Cochrane tool. If you have randomized control trial, look at it carefully. It also has guidelines on how you can report that. For instance, if you're looking at selective reporting, it has the category for low risk of bias, means that the authors have done well. Is you look at for these questions, look at for this aspect. For high risk of bias, you look at for this, and unclear risk of bias, you look at for these ones. All right. So when you are doing the quality assessment, it should also be done independently by at least 2 people. It is possible to do it when you're doing data extraction at the same time, so that you can deal with one paper both for data extraction and quality appraisal, and then you move to the next paper. You can do it that way. Otherwise, you have to repeat the cycle again because you do it for all the papers as you're doing for data extraction. So if you can, integrate it into the quality appraisal, data extraction. That will be helpful. All right. Okay. This is EPHPP example. I have qualitative studies. I am not aware of, because I don't deal with qualitative studies. So, but I think there are tools that are possibly used for qualitative studies. Okay, one of the questions you may ask is that once I have done the, perhaps I'll show you the EPHPP one. Show you. Once you have done the quality appraisal, the question you may be asking is, what do I do with it? Let me see if I can get this through. Just a minute, please. All right, just a minute. All right, great. Sorry for that. The record I made for yesterday has worked, so I will upload it later when we go for the break. That's good news. Now this is EPHPP tool here. Yeah, so it asks you questions. Okay, it asks you questions on different area. This they call selection bias. They ask you questions for each study, so you have to answer these questions. And there are 2 questions, for instance, on this section. I said, then you rate each once you have answered whether it's strong, whether it's moderate, whether it's weak, and it refers you to dictionary. Go to the dictionary. I think the dictionary is here. Dictionary is here. Okay, it gives you guide on how to do this, and so you rate each here, and then each section has a rating, and at the end you have what they call the global rating. So each section has its rating, and it has given numbers to them, and so it has the global rating, and the global rating is here, meaning that for a study to be globally strong across these different sections, it said it has to have no weak ratings at all. Moderate is 1 weak rating across these, and weak is 2 or more weak ratings. Okay, you want me to send this? I can send the link here. All right, so now let's go to how do I use, if I have done this, what do I use it to do? So I took you here so that you can see how you can make the assessment using EPHPP as an example. And then you come, this is Nicola's paper, where she reported the distance. So this is overall or global for each study, and the component ones here. So for each study, so you can see that most of the studies are moderate in regards to bias. None of them is strong. Okay, none of them is strong. All right, how do you use it? The result you have there is not only report as you have there, it's not only to report it, but you have to consider this in the overall interpretation of the semantic review. All right. And it is possible that you can also include the result of this quality appraisal in the meta-analysis as a sensitivity analysis. And we're going to demonstrate that. When are we doing that? Let me see. All right, tomorrow when we do the meta-analysis. So you need to get ready. You need to get ready tomorrow. Have your ref man, because that can be exciting as well. Once we have followed these processes, the meta-analysis becomes exciting. So you could use the result of your quality appraisal in the meta-analysis, and tomorrow we'll be demonstrating that to you. The criteria is in the link I sent to you. Look at it carefully. You see the dictionary. Every tool has its own dictionary. So once you look at that, it should be clear. Weak or strong, it is also there. Okay. Nope, it's not break. Don't take that. It's not break. I don't have break on my timetable. All right. You see, we are almost done, but no. So the section we are going to enter now, we take most of our time now. This is where the core is. You have formulated your question, you have developed the protocol, and then you have proceeded accordingly. And you have got to this point now where you need to make sense of all you have generated. This is where I think if you go to not all the tools have option for animal studies, but check. I think like the CASP may have option for animal studies if you're doing animal studies, not others. But I think there are tools that are available for animal studies. You can check. I mean, you can type on Google quality systematic review, quality appraisal, animal studies. Then you can find some tools for that. All right. So the bulk of our time will be spent on making sense of the data. And you can see that the process we have taken now, if we don't interpret well, then we may get it wrong. Okay, so we need to make sense of the data we have generated. All right. Any question? Any quick question before we move on this trail from what we have done so far? Any question? Who is raising the hand? Daniel, is that an old hand or a new hand? Okay, Daniel, you can speak.
I've come across this funnel plot. When is it applicable in a quality assessment?
Daniel, remain with us. Remain with us. Remain with us.
Sorry,
Daniel, you're running. Are you 100 meters or you run marathon?
No, 20 meters.
20 meters. Okay, just wait. We'll get there. All right.
Okay.
The funnel plot is something we'll be dealing with tomorrow. So
Okay.
It's not part of this now. All right, Francis.
Okay, Prof, thanks for your presentation so far. When doing a data extraction for papers that express probably their data in different units, is it possible to work with articles that express data in different units if they are treating a particular topic?
Yeah, what do you mean different units?
Okay, for instance, I'm a malaria expert. Okay, and okay, there was a work I did on stress management, and those that work on stress, the parameters that they express for the participants, they express it in different units. So when I was working with the article, my instructor told me that since some of the papers were expressed in different units, I cannot extract the data. I have to work with papers that express their data in the same units.
Yeah, I get the point you're making. You shouldn't make a decision on extracting or not extracting based on different units. Okay. I think where they should have made a decision is, can you combine those studies, for instance, in meta-analysis? If the unit cannot be combined somehow, then you can't combine the data from those studies if the units are different. All right.
Okay.
So it means that you will now describe those studies in their own right separately. They can combine their data, but whether they are expressed in the same unit or different unit is not a criteria to extract and include them or not. It is only an information used to know whether we can combine their data together. And so if they are in different units that cannot be exchanged for each other, then the studies need to be reported in their own right separately. And that itself is a finding for your study, because the goal is that we want to have a summary of that evidence that bring all the studies together to form an opinion. And so if people are doing things in different ways, it's a finding on its own for that field. So you can go forward to make recommendation that going forward, people should endeavor to express in this unit, if that is a standard unit that is required in that field.
Noted, Prof. Thank you.
All right, then I have Gabriel.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask, are there quality assessment tools that focus on qualitative systematic research, or does the one mentioned, the CASP, the DHP, and they conduct both for quantitative and qualitative systematic review?
No, I think there are some tools. Unfortunately, I'm not a qualitative expert, but I think there are some tools for quality appraisal for qualitative research. CASP, just give me a minute. Let me check CASP. It looks like they have developed some tools for qualitative. Yeah, CASP has now a tool for quality appraisal of qualitative studies. I can show you that if this is not too small for you. But here you find it here, and this is it.
Okay.
So you can look through this, those who do qualitative research. So I think you will know what you're looking for here.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
And then somebody was asking of animal study. I don't think CASP has for animal studies, but yeah, you can check other platforms. I think there should be tools for animal studies. All right, so we continue. Okay, the point I was making here is how do we make sense of what we have generated so far? How do we make sense? Yeah, please, if you just type CASP checklist, just type it on Google, you'll get it, goodness me. You will get it there. It's not too difficult. All right. Now we go to the second thing. The first overarching goal is to quality appraise the existing studies. The second one is to provide high quality summary of the underlying evidence. Okay, we have done the quality appraisal now. Now we need to clearly summarize that evidence in a way that is clear, in a way that is understandable, in a way that is easy to follow and decision makers can make sense of it. Okay. And this is going to take the bulk and the remaining part of our course so far. All right, so the synthesis involves the collection and summary of findings in order to derive reliable conclusion from the body of evidence. Okay, it needs to be reliable. It considers the strength of the overall evidence, what we have done now, how biased the study. It considers that consistency of results, and possible reasons for inconsistency. So you have 50 studies. You need to make sense of them. And so the goal of a semantic review is that from all the studies that have been done, you want to derive a clear summary that represent that field, okay, or represent that topic. Already you can see where you have many studies, this can be a daunting task. I hope you agree with me on that. It can be a daunting task. Okay. So we need to find ways of doing that. And there are two things that can happen. It's possible that your review ends to become narrative only review or narrative only synthesis. You do that. Or it may be that in addition to narrative synthesis, you are able to perform statistical analysis, and that is meta-analysis to summarize the evidence. And that is where I started yesterday when I said that a systematic review does not necessarily have to include a meta-analysis. It is not your decision on whether you like it or not. It's a decision that is derived from the evidence before you. Can I use statistics to combine them? You will make that decision. If you cannot, what can you do? You can then do narrative only if it is not possible. So the point here is that synthesizing the evidence we have generated can be done narratively only or in combination with meta-analysis. So, which of these approaches do you use? The first question you ask is, can we statistically combine the body of evidence? Can we statistically combine it? If the answer is no, then you do narrative synthesis. All right? Yeah. I know the question will come. What are the reasons? Just wait. We'll get there. All right. If the answer is yes, then you can perform meta-analysis. All right. Then how do we decide whether it is yes or no? It is dependent on the heterogeneity or homogeneity between the studies. If we say we have 50 studies, we need to be sure that these studies are homogeneous enough. The enough there needs to be defined. We're not saying, and I'm not saying here, you can write it down so that when they ask me, did you tell them this? I will say, where did you write it down? I'm not saying that the studies can be combined statistically if they are perfectly the same. No, I'm using the word homogeneous enough. Okay, we are human beings, and we are not perfect. That is true. We are not perfect. Anybody who says it's perfect, then the person has a problem. The person needs help. Okay, and so because of that, there are some level of heterogeneity that may be allowed. But in our judgment, using certain criteria, we have evaluated that, okay, we can confidently combine them because they are homogeneous enough. So these 50 studies, you evaluate them. This takes some energy. It takes some time. 2 years ago, some students came to me and they said they wanted to have internship with me as a requirement for their master's program. I said, okay, what do you want? They said they don't really know what they want to do. If I have something for them, I said, okay, there's a skill I think every researcher should have. It's not common, but I feel that every researcher, that's systematic review. Have you heard about it? No, we don't know about it. Okay, I can guide you through that and I can teach you how to do it. And they were happy. And they started doing it. Very motivated, I made them motivated, really. And then we got to a point, they have extracted the data, they have done the quality appraisal. They said, Bright, we are ready now to do the meta-analysis. When do we start it? I said, not yet, just calm down, not yet. But what is the problem? We're there. I said, no, we are not there yet. Now we need to make a decision whether we can do meta-analysis or not. And I sent them on a task of what to do. And they came back and said, wow, we thought we were almost finished too. I said, no. Do you know they have been working on this for some time. The point you make that decision, you need to make some evaluation. 50 studies, I'm using just an example. It can be, you can do meta-analysis with 2 studies. Of course, the smaller the number of studies, the more caveat you should, less confidence in the finding. So I send them out. Now, what I send them out beyond the quality appraisal they have done, beyond the data extraction, I now ask them, there are some specifics we need to see how the studies are homogeneous. we need to make that decision. And that decision, taking the algorithm, making that decision can be daunting. And they came back and said, oh, Brian, this is, wow. Yeah, so, yeah, Kelechi, that is right. If I use the example of the 50 studies, okay, we have collected, eventually it is rare in a systematic review where you can have all those studies included in the meta-analysis. It's rare. So some of them will end up in the meta-analysis, some of them may not end up in the meta-analysis. And that is the evaluation we need to make. Okay, which of these studies are homogeneous enough to be included in the meta-analysis? If all of them are, yeah, we cheer ourselves, but it's very rare to have that. But if they are not, which of them? So how do you determine homogeneous enough? We have two concepts, or three concepts, I would say: clinical heterogeneity and methodological heterogeneity. And when we speak of meta-analysis, these two combined will result in what we call statistical heterogeneity. Clinical heterogeneity describes in the biomedical science, clinical heterogeneity describes homogeneity is the opposite of heterogeneity. Pangeneck, okay? Heterogeneity is the opposite of homogeneity. So if it's homogeneous, it means that they are similar. If it's heterogeneous, it means that they are dissimilar. Okay? So when I use it, I use them interchangeably to describe the same phenomenon, that studies may be similar or they may not be similar. So just listen carefully the way I said it. All right, so clinical heterogeneity describes the dissimilarity between the studies with regards to the participants and their characteristics. And of course, the clinical measurement that have been taken. All right, the participants and their characteristics. So for instance, a study is looking at children, another study is looking at adults. They're heterogeneous because clinically, if you're looking at a disease may operate differently based on age, may operate differently based on race, may operate differently based on occupation, may operate differently based on height, weight, and things like that. So those factors that perhaps can make a difference in the clinical profile of the participants, you used to consider the aspect of clinical heterogeneity. I saw Epiphan raising his hand. Can you, has the question been answered? All right, so clinical heterogeneity describes the differences between studies with regards to the profile, clinical profile of those who are participating in that study across studies. So it's possible that some studies have different participant profiles than the others. And for that reason, we cannot combine them. Some may have the same similar profile, and then you can combine them. Okay, Taiwo. Taiwo, you cannot mute and speak. Is Taiwo there? Taiwo, do you want to speak? You don't have any question?
Yes, sir.
Please go
Hello,
ahead.
sir. I was just thinking that this issue of homogeneity, I was thinking that we have done with it while we are trying to select the studies. I don't know, I was thinking while we are trying to select studies, we have ensured that the studies we selected, we have homogeneity to a level. No,
Nope.
I'm a bit confused. I don't.
No, you are not.
I was
When you're
thinking
selecting the studies, Taiwo, when you're selecting the study, you are not comparing any study to the other. You are comparing the study to the criteria you have set. Okay? You know, for instance, now that this study has evaluated COVID patient and you're looking at COVID, okay? And this one has included COVID from Pakistan. And the study was done in Pakistan. And this other study was done in Rwanda. Okay? You don't, when you're selecting, you don't care if your criteria is you're looking at global. All right, you don't care at that time where they have been published if you're looking at global. But now, when you're making a decision on combining them in a meta-analysis, the question you are asking is, those from Rwanda and those from Pakistan, can I combine them together? Are they similar enough? This is not a question you are asking when you're screening and selecting the studies. I don't know if that is clear enough for you, Taiwo.
Yes.
You may even be looking within a country. You may even be looking within a country, and you're looking at a particular phenomenon. It is possible that maybe those from the villages have a different profile than those from the city. And one of the questions you may be asking is, can I combine studies done in the village with the studies done in the city? And that is a question you can answer yourselves. And this may not be what you are considering in the time you are screening and selecting the studies. So what we are doing here is to make a decision on whether to combine the studies in a meta-analysis or not.
Okay, sir. Noted, sir. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Inas. Inas, I am not sure. Can you raise your hand? I allow you so that you can speak out. All right, you can speak, Inas.
Yes, hello.
Yep.
Actually, the point is I have done, I collected data prospectively.
From where?
Then I found from a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
From,
Go ahead.
It's a COVID study.
Mm-hmm.
So we collected data prospectively from patients admitted to the isolation center. We call it isolation center here. And I collected the same data from the other patients who attended before I started this prospective study, just as, because like the time period is just maybe 1 month difference. So I was thinking, is it okay to combine the data together and continue the study, or I use this approach of combining them as a meta-analysis?
Yeah, you can use that. You can use meta-analysis to combine if they represent different kinds of maybe study wave or different centers. But what you're saying, this is not from the same patient. It's not from the same patient, is it? The ones you have collected before and the after?
Yeah, these patients from the same center. And
the same center, the same center, okay.
Yeah, the same center, and just the difference in the time
period.
I don't,
it depends on the question, but I don't think that constitute a reason for using meta-analysis. I don't think so, if it's coming from the same center.
Okay, yeah, they are fairly homogeneous. That's what I analyzed.
I
analyzed them.
I don't think that constitutes using meta-analysis in this case. All right.
Okay. Great.
Let me
Thank
have
you.
Susan. Susan has raised her hand. Susan, you can unmute and speak.
Yes, my question is, if you said that if the study is done in village or city, if the study done in village or city, they use same material, they use same protocol, and what's the difference? Why you said that there will be difference in the study if they done in village or city?
So what I'm saying is this: when we are talking about clinical heterogeneity, if the phenomenon is looking at has differs between places. So if you are in the village, it operates different from when it is when you are in the city because of the patient profile. Then you can suspect that the people who participated in the studies from the village are not similar to the people who participate in the city because the phenomenon operates separately. Okay, so that can give you an indication that the people in these two types of studies are not the same. It's an example, you understand? So when you do clinical heterogeneity evaluation, you're looking at the profile of those who have participated here and whether they are similar to warrant bringing them together.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for your answering. Thank you.
Okay, I see Gabriel, thanks very much. There is Seco is a tool for animal study. He has put it there. And then I have Daniel wants to speak.
Thank you, Prof. This checking for heterogeneity, could it have been done at the level of data extraction? Because assuming somebody in his study has specified age group that is studying, and during data extraction, he excluded people, let's say, if the study is in age group, say 5 to 12 years, and then you can stretch at the level of data extraction, you exclude those ones that are adult cases and all that.
Yeah, so what happens here, Daniel, is that when you're extracting data, you can still exclude studies that do not meet your criteria. Okay? But what the decision we're making here is not excluding studies that do not meet your criteria. The decision we're making here is all these studies meet your criteria. Can we combine them using meta-analysis? So the point you're making here is important, that when you're doing the data extraction, you're collecting information that already will give you impression on whose studies are similar, because you are doing the work, you already know. So at the time you come to the point of deciding for meta-analysis, you already have a clear picture of which studies can be combined with which studies.
Thank you.
So what we are doing here is not, let me still emphasize, it's not deciding on excluding studies from the systematic review or not. It's deciding on doing meta-analysis. All right, I have Stella.
Okay, Prof, that is after doing your systematic review, maybe you got 8 papers. 4 are homogeneous and the other 4 homogeneous. Are you going to conduct 2 meta-analysis?
So we want to do the meta-analysis on those studies that are homogeneous. If studies are heterogeneous, they are not going to be included in the meta-analysis, but they are in the systematic review. And for those studies that you do not include the meta-analysis, you are going to summarize them narratively. Okay, narratively. And that is what I've shown there. There are two pathways to summarize the evidence: narratively or narrative in combination of meta-analysis. So studies that do not end in meta-analysis, you present them narratively. All right, let's take two more. Let's take, let me see, Victor, and then we'll go to Cosmos. Victor, can you speak?
Good morning, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, please, thank you. Still on this homogeneity and heterogeneity. Actually, you have answered some of the questions I had in mind, but just for clarity, I want to ask, this deciding whether studies are homogeneous or heterogeneous, is it subjective or objective? If it is objective, is it subjective or objective? If it
is a combination of both.
So if it is objective, can one really decide on the features or some of the variables you have to look at to pick that if this and this and this are common to these studies, we can really say that.
So that is what you'll be doing at this stage with your team. That is decision you'll be making. Okay. And I said is a combination of the two, is that, and I started with saying that homogeneous enough. Okay.
Okay.
That enough is your subjective assessment to allow possibility that, well, we know that they are not is it CMS twin, they call it? Not, I think I would not. They are not a set of twin in the sense that they're the same in every situation, but you can allow certain aspect that, okay, we can evaluate them as similar. So at this level, your team has given an indicator, okay, if a study has this, we can combine them. Those that do not have, you can combine them.
Thank you.
All right, so I have the last person, Cosmos. Then we finish up this session quickly.
Okay, Prof, thank you very much, sir. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. And my question is, if you have 50, you've gone through screening of the studies and they meet about 50 meet all the criteria, and then you find out you getting down to data synthesis, you find out that out of these 50, only 2 meet your criteria to be combined using MA. Will you say that these 2 is too little to proceed with the MA?
Yeah, so you can combine them, but the confidence you have is quite low. It means that there is a lot of heterogeneity on that topic. Okay, so even if you combine the 2, the conclusion you make from your semantic review overall is not strong based on those 2. I think clearly the conclusion you can derive from that meta-analysis is that the studies are so much heterogeneous among themselves.
Is there a basic number or extent?
Minimum number.
Yes, a minimum number, something like that, that can make you decide whether you should go on with MA or.
I mean, the minimum number to do meta-analysis is 2. Some places recommend 3. You understand? But one thing you have to know is that if you have 50 studies and only 3 studies ended up in meta-analysis, already you have an answer. That 47 studies are heterogeneous, only 3 are homogeneous, then you already have an answer. That even if you do the meta-analysis with the 3 and report, and you should go ahead and do it, it also is overwhelmed by the studies that are heterogeneous. Because that evidence will be enriched if all the 50 were homogeneous and we can have evidence combined together. But since we can't have that, then our confidence in what the 3 studies provide is low.
Okay, thank you, sir. I want an insight into the clinical homogeneity you talked about. The similarities also among the participants. I just want to know, is it based on age, sex, location, or something? I'm still confused about that.
Yes, so those you have mentioned, I use the term clinical profile. It can be medication, it can be their type of disease, it can be perhaps where they're attending their clinic, primary care, secondary care, their clinical profile will determine whether they are homogeneous or heterogeneous.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
All right, let's move on. Other questions, we can come back to them. The methodological heterogeneity, tomorrow we are discussing heterogeneity and publication bias in more detail. We'll come back to that tomorrow. So just hold your peace because I see so much arsenal being sent here and there, and I can't keep pace with them. So tomorrow we will come back to your questions, please. All right. So methodological is as it is called. We are looking at methodological heterogeneity, meaning the differences between studies in the way the studies have been conducted and implemented. The analysis have been done, the measurements have been made. Okay? If they are different in the way they have been conducted, for instance, it may be at the level of study design, randomized controlled trials versus cross-sectional studies. They are not similar in any way. They are 2 ways apart. And so you can't combine these 2 study designs, right? If a study has used certain statistical analysis compared to other studies, if they're different, then you can't combine them, except there is a way you can exchange or convert one method to the other. All right, so we'll come back to heterogeneity in more detail tomorrow. All right. This afternoon is going to be sweet, but also bittersweet. This afternoon, it's going to be theoretical description of the meta-analysis process. So join. I'm not trying to scare you. It's going to be sweet and bittersweet. Once we have gone through that, then it becomes clear to you, because many people are interested in putting the things in the software and doing it, but it's good to have the underlying motivation. What happens? What is the software actually doing? Okay, so we'll go some theoretical underpinning of what the meta-analysis is all about. Yeah, so it's going to be sweet and bittersweet. All right. Yeah, some people are saying we need practical examples. That is why you shouldn't miss any of this course. You see, what I've been going through with you here is theoretical. Tomorrow, we are going to do fantastic things. I promise you. So if you have been missing you have been logging in and you run away, you logging out, you run away, and tomorrow, this will be clear in your face. You say, now I got it. Okay, so tomorrow, don't miss it, because we are going to really look at this, and don't miss any session, all right? Because they are all intertwined in themselves. And now, so when you do the data synthesis, you start with description. And I told you, when you're doing planning your data extraction, you plan your tables, your sample tables, preliminary data. So you start with description, descriptive tables, tables of key characteristics of the studies have included, tables of quality appraisals, results, and I will show you some tables. Let me see where I have those. Whether I included them. Okay, yeah, I included them for you. All right, who is going out? Now, you can see what is here. This is, okay, this is Catherine's paper, this paper. This is table of characteristics of what she did this psychosocial stress during pregnancy and asthma and allergy in the offspring. So this is her table, the first table that describes the characteristics of the studies. Okay, you can see different columns. The rows represent the studies. This column here looks at the reference and the country where the study has been done. You have the study design. You have study population. There you have number that was contacted to participate in the study, the number that actually participated, the age of the subjects that were included in the study, the outcome studied, and the assessment method used to measure the outcome. And then the occurrence measures, they have used the main results, and then the overall risk of bias. You know, the overall, I mentioned all the global rating of the risk of bias. And so this is what she has here for the different studies she has included. So this is actually the first table you should present when you are now making sense of the data. This is the first table. And table 2 is where she has presented the quality appraisal results for those studies as well. The first one, the overall risk of bias, and then you have the components. And what has happened here is, in this one here, she has included this as part of the result in this table 1 here. So this is overall. This here is the same as what we have here. Oh, sorry. I forgot that some people can see the small fonts. Okay. All right. So this is Catherine's presentation, and you can see how you have it also in your the folder in the Google Drive. So please find it there. And then she has tables that describe different okay, no, this concerns this another this thing. Yeah, so it looks like I combine it. But let me look at this. This is Nicola. This is Nicola's presentation. This was a postdoc that worked with us some time ago, and this was her own systematic review. And this is the table 1. You can see there are 59 tables So the amount of data you generate and the what's it called? The nature of the semantic review, how big it is, how small it is, can determine. And so that is why Nicholas is quite big. It's quite big. So it's 59 pages just for this. And these are not the tables that were included in the main paper. These are supplementary. That's why you have table E1, supplementary. So there are quite lots of data generated here because of the nature of the semantic review. Meaning that if you're doing a big semantic review, there are lots of data that will come up there. You include. All right. So this is an example, and you have it in your Google Drive. Yeah, so the question of whether you can include systematic reviews when conducting systematic review of individual studies, it depends on what you're looking at. Okay, so your topic, we define that in some cases, yes. Okay, some cases, yes, but it depends on your topic. Okay, let me see. Let's quickly go through this and then we go for lunch. All right, so narrative only, how do you do that? If it ends up that you're not doing a meta-analysis, you're just narratively presenting your synthesis. There is really no consensus on how you do this, okay? Because narrative is not that easy. You know, somebody comes and tells a story that somebody went in the middle of the street and he was looking straight into the heavens, Another person comes close to him and joins him to see what is there he's looking. Another person comes and asks, what are you looking? The second person that came and said, are you not seeing what is there? Another person comes and asks the third person, what are you seeing? Are you not seeing? And everybody is looking into the heavens. What are they seeing? If you ask them separately, you will see that they are seeing, they will give different descriptions, okay? That is what happens when you do narrative. So a story happens and somebody tells it, and when they ask another person, there are variations. Yeah, I've not done animal studies before, so I can't talk so much about the extraction there, but it's the same principle. So the principles are applicable across board. And yes, Nicola's review was done by at least 2 people. I call Nicola because she's the first author there. All right. How do you minimize bias in narrative? So what I've just said now is what happens, but you know, we have taken a process and that process is important. That process is important. At this level now, you are reporting based on the process you have taken, and up to this time, you have managed to minimize the bias by adhering to the methods. All right. So the narrative only is a textual approach, making an overall sense of the robustness of the overall body of evidence. So here we are describing the result. At the same time, we're taking into account the quality of the evidence that has been generated. So how do you do it? Generate a framework, usually develop a theory of the underlying associations. Usually when you use the same approach, maybe when you're doing the normal expert review, to put all studies together, understand the concept, understand what they have done, and if there are limitations in some aspect, you mention that. If there are strengths, you mention that. Explore relationships within and between studies, critically assess the robustness of the whole synthesis, and then you can conclude. The one way you can really get into this more is when you take up some narrative only synthesis that have been presented. You can look at them and derive understanding of how potential approach you can take here. All right, we'll have perhaps 2 minutes. If anybody has any question, I see which hand is that? Kelechi. Kelechi, can you ask your question?
Okay, thank you. So I was asking, and I think I put it on the chat area, but let me ask it. I was asking that, is it possible in a particular systematic review on code, you will have narrative component on it, you will have systematic review component, and you have a meta-analysis. That's in a systematic review and meta-analysis, you will have a narrative component, systematic review and meta-analysis.
Well, so the question you're asking is that in a systematic review, can you have both narrative and meta-analysis? And that's,
yes, sir.
The answer is yes. So I've answered that you can either have narrative only or narrative plus meta-analysis. That is usually the case. All right, I have Carol.
Hi, Prof. My question, I think someone put it out, but I just want to clarify. So someone asked a question that if in my data, I've sort of separated it out into 2 homogeneous groups, then can I do meta-analysis for the 2 groups? In effect, asking if I can have more than one meta-analysis under a systematic review.
What do you mean 2 homogeneous group? I didn't get that.
So depending on the variables that they are looking at.
Okay. Yeah, you can have that. You can have that.
Out into 2. So, okay.
Yeah, you can have that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can have more than one type of meta-analysis. I have Francis.
Yes, Prof. Please, I want to know if it is wrong in going about systematic review, you end up in meta-analysis and narrative synthesis, and you decide to publish the article separately instead of in one manuscript.
Nope. All right, guys, nope. We have said it. It's either you have in a systematic review narrative only, or you can have narrative and meta-analysis combined. Don't split it that way. That will be horrendous. All right, have Aminu.
Thank you, Prof. In the paper you just demonstrated, I have seen a systematic review as the included studies. So is it possible to include a systematic review in an ongoing review of individual studies?
I didn't get that.
Yeah, in the paper you just demonstrated.
Yeah.
Yes, I have seen a systematic review as one of the included studies.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking, is it possible to include a systematic review when you are reviewing individual
studies.
studies?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
It's possible. That's why I said earlier, it depends on the topic you're looking at.
Okay.
It depends on the topic. It's not in every topic you do that. It depends on the topic you're looking at.
Like RCTs.
Yeah. So
possible.
if your topic warrants, you want to include previous systematic reviews, yes, you can do that. All right. Let's look at Baganek. Let's do this quickly before we run out. Baganek, can you speak? Baganek, we're not hearing from you.
Okay, I think I'm having challenges with my mic. Are you able to hear me?
We hear you now. Okay,
thank you very much, Prof. I wanted to ask if we have got clusters of heterogeneity or clusters of similar studies, but they are different. Can we also meta-analyze them according to those clusters?
Yeah, that's what I answered before. You can do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ogochukwu.
Prof, thank you. Prof, I've also seen publications where it's written meta-analysis only.
Yeah.
Can we run meta-analysis only without narrative synthesis?
Meta-analysis, as I mentioned, is a tool, is a statistical tool. So there are some places where you have multi-center studies in which you use meta-analysis to pull the studies together. But I get the point you're making. Even in some places where you have people have done systematic reviews, they just put meta-analysis only. That is not the best way to do it. It happens often, but it's not the best way to do it, because in that, you are given an impression that meta-analysis is a study design of its own, and that is not. And that is because of what I was speaking yesterday. People have this frenzy that when you do certain things they have not done before, then heaven has come down and they can use all kinds of descriptions to make it. It's not the best. So if you have done it, whether meta-analysis is included or not, include that systematic aspect. So you have systematic review and meta-analysis, or just systematic review if meta-analysis is not included.
Okay, Prof. Thank you.
Finally, we have Scholar. Scholar, let's do this quick.
Thank you very much, Prof. I was just requesting whether at one point probably you would give an example on how you would use such the meta-analysis in within humanities and social sciences.
Hey, Scholar, you have come. I can't give you that answer. That is why when I started yesterday, I said, please pardon me that we are biased towards health sciences. But what you do here, you can transfer, Scholar. You just transfer it to the humanities. Please just do me that favor, because I don't want to come and then I'm not doing it right because I'm not a humanities person. But the principles we go through here is applicable. Okay. When we do meta-analysis tomorrow, is the same we'll be doing. You can do it in the humanities. All right, let's come back 5 to the next hour, 5 minutes to the next hour. All right. Some colleagues seem to have gone for prayer or something like that, so we can start, but low key. Do you have questions so far? Perhaps we can start with that. Questions from what we have discussed before our break. Okay, how's Shadrach?
Yes, Prof, thank you so much. I wanted to understand, how do I put the title for the review comprising of narrative review, systematic, and meta-analysis?
Yeah, just put this systematic review and meta-analysis. That is it.
Okay.
No big stories. No big stories. Just simple. We are simple guys. Just simple. Systematic reviews and meta-analysis, because you can't go there and you say this and that. This is a narrative only, systematic and meta-analysis. Then that will be more confusion to the view.
Yeah,
So
sure,
systematic
thank
reviews
you.
and meta-analysis is fine. All right. Then I have Kingsley.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Yes, hear you.
I want to find out, are all systematic reviews, must they all go through meta-analysis?
Nope, we have done. Are you just joining today, Kingsley?
No, I was there yesterday, but I've still been trying to really get clarity on the difference in the two of them.
Goodness.
I know one has.
You were here yesterday.
Yes, sir.
I hope you're not asking me to repeat what I have done yesterday.
No.
Okay.
I was.
Okay. So I actually repeated it today. So the fact is that when you do a systematic review, it is possible that you eventually include meta-analysis if the data you have allows. But if it doesn't allow, you don't have meta-analysis. Okay, so it is not in every systematic review you have meta-analysis. And that meta-analysis is included in a systematic review or not, it's not a yardstick to evaluate the quality of the meta-analysis. Meta-analysis, doing it, that is what we have been looking at this since morning. It has criteria to include it. You have to evaluate the possibility of doing that. All right. Okay, it took.
Hello.
Yep, here.
Thank you very much for all you have been doing to bring us to this level. Please, I would like to know, how do we get the material for this course? Because reading it will help us remember better.
Yeah, so I have just sent the link to the recording on the chat box. I've just uploaded it. I don't think it has finished uploading, but you can have the link to the recording. That is one. The second one is that if you go to the Google Drive folder of the course, you have a folder called Lecture Slides. If you go there now, the one of yesterday is already there. At the end of today, the slide for today will be put
I beg
there.
your pardon. Sorry, I beg your pardon, please.
Yeah, so I said I have put the link to the recording on the YouTube channel of ASFI on the chat box. So the recording of yesterday is being uploaded on that YouTube channel. So when it's uploaded, you can watch over what we have done yesterday. For the slides yesterday, I have put them on the Google Drive of the course. If you go there, you find a folder called Lecture Slides. You find the slides for yesterday there. At the end of today, I will put the slides for today also in that place. You have nothing to lose at all. All right, Etuk, I hope that was clear to you.
Thank you very much.
Florence.
Thank you, Prof. I'd like to know what is the place of generalization in the narrative analysis in the heterogeneous study?
Wow, that is a very philosophical, very complicated question, Florence. So are you asking, how can you generalize your systematic review?
Yeah.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Well, you know that generalizability of any study is dependent on the internal and external validity. All right. So if your study is internally valid, then you can generalize it only within the space of the population you have studied. If you have studied children, you can't generalize to adults. So you're limited by the context of the study. Now, if you have done the meta-analysis, okay, and then you have included certain studies that are homogeneous in certain factors, you can generalize only to the population that has those factors and not beyond. Is it clear?
Somehow, yes, okay.
Okay, unless I didn't understand your question, maybe you can make your question clearer for me.
Let me think about it and how I can reframe it again.
All right, that would be
Thank you.
great. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I have Stella here.
Okay, Prof, please, can somebody use a case study to do systematic review?
No, because Stella, we didn't get that honestly because
that is case study. That is maybe published case study.
Yeah.
To do systematic review.
Yeah, you can do that, but you have to define it as that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, sir.
Yeah. Kifuli, I don't think anybody can help you to find the slides of yesterday. I think you have to find it yourself because everybody received the link to that. Or what do you really want? All right. Any other question from anyone? Any other question? Quality assurance. Adeyinka is asking about quality assurance. The first quality assurance you should have is to establish a team, systematic review team. That's the first one. The second one is you should formulate your question in the way that we have prescribed. The third one is develop a protocol. The protocol is one of your highest quality assurance you can have. Register it, and if possible, publish it. That gives you a strong quality assurance because that becomes your terms of reference. Are you following your protocol? All right. And then when you're doing the systematic review, the other quality assurance you can have is that it needs to be done independently. In those stages that need to be done, that's screening, and then have arbitrator, and then you have data extraction, quality appraisal. They should be done by at least 2 people. I'm not sure, Adeyinka, whether you are not satisfied with those set of processes that ensure quality in what you do. All right, Kifuli, the fact is that we don't put the link here to the slides. You have it in your emails. So check your email. If you have access to the Google Drive, then you should be able to access it. Go to the folder called lecture slides. You will find the slides for yesterday. All right. If no question up to this point, let's go on. Once you register in Prospero, you'll be sent the Prospero. Once it registers, we send you the Prospero registration number. Okay, so it will send you the registration number, and you can't tell them not to give it to you. You can't reject it. It's a number you will include in your systematic review too. right, let's start this journey. Let's start this journey. I will unmute you for a while. I want you to take a look at what you see in front of you. We're entering the meta-analysis now. I want to discuss the issues of the meta-analysis. Look at what you're seeing in front of you. I will, please, when I unmute you, I'm unmuting you for, okay, let me not unmute you. I'm not unmuting you. Let me just leave it. I don't want problems now. Okay, but look at what is you see in front of you. And it's called a forest plot. Okay, a forest plot. And a forest plot is a figure that is used to present the results of a meta-analysis. All right. Now, I want to ask you, what do you see? How can you describe this? What are some things that you see? Maybe you're wondering about, or you understand. What are the items? How do items appear here? What do you see? Just let me know. Raise your hand and I will recognize you. I can take 3 people. The first 3, okay, I have Diana and Carol and Enas. Okay, Diana, please let us hear from you.
Okay, I see horizontal lines.
Yeah.
And then I see rectangles. There are small rectangles and bigger rectangles.
Yeah.
And then there is another shape, which is diamond.
Diamond. Great. Okay.
Yes.
Diana has given us what she sees. Let's hear from Carol. Carol.
Hello. Yes, so I see numbers. Number 1 to number 6. And then I see horizontal lines along each number. I know that they are called box plots. So I see box plots for each of the groups there. And basically what a box plot does for each group is that it summarizes the data, and you can recognize 5 major things from each box plot. And then I see a diamond-shaped thing there, which I'm guessing is the summary of the 6 box plots that have been drawn. I don't know how to read that one, so I don't know what that figure gives me exactly.
All right, but what we know is that you're seeing something there.
Yes, I'm seeing something.
Yeah. All right. Okay, let me see who was Enas. Enas, let me.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. I saw what the others have seen as well. I mean, rectangles, which are most likely box plots, and the y-axis numbers from 1 to 6, and the x-axis, the numbers on the x-axis. And I see actually variability between the boxes. That's what I can see. But I actually know that they might be the odds ratio, but I don't want to say that.
Well, you can see something down here. It's not the odds ratio. You can see what is given there down there. Standard mean.
Yeah, that's what they say. Standardized mean difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the odds ratio, but something to measure the variability between the results, I think.
Yeah, all right. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. The other thing, is there anyone, there's something that has not been mentioned. Is there anyone who wants to, let me see who's on the line here, if you get it. I have Victor. Victor, you want to tell us something additional?
Yeah, apart from what others have said, I think there is the line down that they're describing as diamond is a fixed effect model. So it shows relation to other lines, or maybe these are studies, deviation from this fixed model in reference to it. Each of the lines with the rectangle in the middle, showing the deviation from the fixed effect model, which is legally standard the mean for all the studies.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still one more thing left. Who is the next? I have Aminu. Aminu, do you want to tell us one thing that is left there?
I don't know if I can guess it right, but I'm seeing some rectangles in the negative. The standardized mean difference in the negative side, and then small in the positive side.
Okay. That is additional information we have now.
And it's telling, I don't want to say it, but it's like indicating an effect.
Yeah. All right. That
Yes,
is
the
great.
magnitude of yes, of an effect.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I still have something more that has not been mentioned. Precious, do you want to help us? Precious, do you want to help us? You're the next. Otherwise, I go to the next person after you. Okay, Precious is not responding. Cosmos, do you want to help us?
Well, thank you, Prof. In addition to everything they've said, I think I can see two vertical lines. One is broken, the other one is unbroken.
Great. We don't know who broke them, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. We'll have additional information there. Then I have who is on the line there. Francis, do you have something extra to add?
I think it has been commented on. So
all right. Jean-Baptiste, you have something to add?
I see from the vertical line there are some, but these black boxes, some of them are vertical line, others are near to it, others have been said. That's what I wanted to mention.
All right, thanks very much. Victor, can you mute yourself, please? All right, who is there? There's still something more I want. I have Gabriel. Do you have additional info?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I can see that there is solid line, vertical line, and then there is a broken line. I believe that the solid vertical line is showing areas where there are no difference, no similarity. And then the broken line is what shows where there is similarity. As we can see, the diamond below is actually showing a summary of the confidence interval.
All right.
And then the one on top by 2 seems to correspond more to that summary, is so similar to the summary than some of the other ones, you know, if we look at them.
All right, thanks very much. I have Marilyn. Marilyn, you have something extra?
I think they've all said what I wanted to say. So
all right.
It's about the dotted lines.
Thank you. I have Betty. I still have something that somebody has not said. Somebody has not said.
Okay, thank you so much. What I can see is that the box plots are of varying sizes. And then the scatteredness of the box plots are obscured towards the left.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's additional info, but I still have something somebody has not said. Who is the next on the line? Let me see. Nada. Nada, can you help us?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I can see 2 types of geometrical shapes, which is rectangle and diamond. And I think each of them represent a specific analysis, statistical analysis. Diamond, I think it's for confidence interval in meta-analysis, and the square is representing odds ratio. And it's all of these lines are representing the results of many studies that have been done and used in this meta-analysis.
Yeah, we have that information already. Nada, I'm looking for something nobody has said. So you didn't give me that. Let me see who is in there. I have Hani Hassan.
Beside the all the colleague mentioned before, I see also that the sample number 4 in the vertical line is a positive correlation when we see in the horizontal standard mean difference. All the group from 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 is a negative standard mean in this figure.
All right, thanks for that. That is not also what I'm looking for. Let's see who is next. Let's see, Shadrach, do you want to help us?
Yes, so what I see here, the box plot, the specific box plot, I mean the position, they present the specific mean difference in the horizontal lines. The specific horizontal lines represents the interval, the confidence interval from which the mean was read. Yep.
All right, thank you. That is exactly what I've been looking for. That's what I've been looking for. That you see these boxes here have these lines across them. Of course, that is what you call a box plot, but the lines are different for each. So you can see that the smaller the box, the longer the line. Okay, the smaller the box, the longer the line. The bigger the box, the narrower the line. So the smaller, the wider, the bigger, the narrower, right? And as we go, I'll spend time here so that you can reflect on this, because it needs to get in your mind, it needs to get in your mind, so that as we go through the sessions this afternoon, you'll be able to continue to reflect on that. All right, so thank you, everyone who has contributed, both speaking and writing. Okay, it's very active session we have had now. Now let's go to the next one. All right, so what do you see again? Tell me what you see again. You can raise your hand. Let me see. I have Shadrach, I've called you. Let me see those that have not spoken. I have Daniel. Daniel Owusulu. Can you unmute and speak?
Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity. The study, the meta-analysis here has a reference horizontal line, which instead of 0, we have 1 here now, which is either risk ratio or relative risk or odds ratio.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you very much. I have Taiwo. Taiwo, want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Prof. This forest law that has been labeled to make it easy for understanding. It has shown this. Now they mention the different studies using their acronym GAP, PASH, CAT, MADIT2, Companion, Devining. Those are all study titles which we can easily relate to.
Mm-hmm.
And they also label the study ID. They are all trials, clinical trials in cardiovascular diseases. They are more in the cardiovascular line.
All right.
And the main.
Thank you very much, Taiwo. Then I have Paganek. You want to expand on that?
Also see that they've been okay. I'm not sure if you can hear what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I can also see that these studies, they've now been differentiated into primary prevention and secondary prevention. They've sort of been subgrouped, and they've also added I squared, which I think is to do with heterogeneity, and they've also added the p-value, which I think is significant of that heterogeneity.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So you can see basically that what we have on this screen is more complex than the other one. Okay, so the fact is that your forest plot can be as simple as this. It can also be as complex as this. All right. So let me use it to explain a little bit. You can see the vertical line here, which is not dotted. It represents the null point, N-U-L-L, the null, where there is no difference. So if any of these boxes comes here, it shows that there is no difference between maybe an intervention and a comparison. This one is closer here, and it shows that the difference between the intervention or the comparison may be small compared to this that is out here. All right. And then you have the dotted vertical line, which actually is the line where the summary crosses. So that is the average, where the average, when you put all these studies, all these estimates together, the average crosses this point across all the studies. So this diamond here, as you rightly said, is the summary of the estimate across the different studies. All right. So this is what you see on the left here, numbers, but they represent the different studies that have been included in the meta-analysis. And this fixed effect is the model that they have used to perform the analysis. Is the model they have used to perform the analysis, and this afternoon we'll highlight how do you use that model, or which model do you use. All right. Okay, now we go to the more complex one, and here they have explained the different components of the forest plot. And you can see sometimes the forest plot can be busy. Sometimes it can be less busy. Okay, so tomorrow we will be doing our own forest plots and seeing what happens. Okay, so you can also, the previous one we saw fixed effect, here is saying random effects here. They have labels here that when it's on this side, it favors what they call ICD. When it's on this side, it favors what is called control. ICD means implantable cardioverter defibrillator. All right. So you have the estimates given here. You have the number of events for the treatment group or intervention group, the number of events for the control group. And here you have the weight that has been used to weight the estimate, because the overall effect is called the weighted average. And each study is contributing its own weight here. But as you will notice, the amount of weight contributed is equal to the size of the box of each study. All right, so let's move now. Principles of meta-analysis. Principles of meta-analysis. What is meta-analysis? We have discussed that yesterday. Statistically integrating results of the independent studies, judged to be combinable, judged to be homogeneous enough, as you have discussed in the morning. The basic premise is the average of estimates from independent studies is closer to the truth than estimate from individual studies. So if you pick one study, we have less confidence in one study than we will have for the studies put together and we derive the average. Because if we'll be able to put the studies together and derive the average gives us a better picture of what is happening in that topic, because we have sufficient power to estimate the quantity we are interested in estimating. So when we get that average, the premise of the meta-analysis is that that average is closer to what should be the case, what is the truth, than estimate from just one study. All right. So consequently, a well-conducted meta-analysis will provide more precise estimates of effect, will allow us to have more objective appraisal of the overall evidence, and then can help us to explain possible heterogeneity between studies, heterogeneity of results between studies. In that sense, a meta-analysis provides a powerful tool to support what we have done in our meta-analysis. How do you conduct that? Or does anyone have any question up to this point? Because I want to take this as slow as possible, and so that we can be on the same page. Does anyone have any question this far? Nope, it's clear. All right. Oh, some people are crying. Those who are there, did you see the forest plots? Did you see the forest plot? Is anyone who didn't see the forest plot we showed? I'm not talking about those who are joining now. Those who were here, who didn't see. Okay, you saw the forest plot. You saw what we discussed in the forest plot. Don't worry, it will become clear as we go through. But what I want you to know is that we have different studies that meet our criteria. And now we are to do the meta-analysis. I'm just providing you the underlying premise in which the meta-analysis comes in. That we need to pull the estimate. For instance, if we're interested in the mean of, let's say, the mean BMI and estimated by different studies, I want to bring them together. When we bring them together, we calculate the average, okay? But this average is a weighted average. A weight is used to derive that average. Now, the premise of meta-analysis is that that average, weighted we derive is more powerful, is closer to the truth than just picking average from one of the studies. Okay, so in reaching the decision we're going to make from meta-analysis, from systematic review, the average we derive from all the studies will be more relevant to making decision than taking just average from one study. Okay, still a bit difficult. Yes, I told you that this afternoon will be bittersweet. All right, once it's bittersweet, eventually tomorrow I believe that we'll have it just sweet only. All right, so just be patient and follow me. I'll do my best to see how I can make it simpler. How do you do that? We have identified the studies we're interested in, we have extracted data, then we can calculate the effect size that we are interested in. It is possible that the studies have not given their estimate in the same units we had a question on that earlier today. It's possible that the studies have not given the effect estimate on the same unit. And in that case, we can attempt to see if we can convert them to a common unit that will allow us to put them together. If not, if it's not possible, then it's not possible to combine effect from different units. All right. So you get that. If they can be converted to one common unit, then we do that. If not, then we can then do the meta-analysis with those studies that have common units and exclude those that do not have common unit if it's not possible to convert them to one unit. So once you have done that, the next thing will be to choose the procedure, the approach, the meta-analysis approach you will use. There are two, fixed effects and random effects. Then you perform the meta-analysis. Okay. And once you have performed that, you evaluate it. If the result is clear and convincing, then we report our findings. If the results are not clear and require further explorations, then we undertake those analysis, sensitivity analysis, subgroup analysis, and once we have evaluated and confident, we can report our findings. How do I get the effect size? That is what you do when you are doing the data extraction. That is where you get it from. Effect size is you get it from the studies. Each study as has been reported in each study, and you do that during the data extraction period. All right, so this is now we are going into effect size. Effect size is the estimate, a type of estimate that have been calculated to answer your research question. So each study has performed its analysis and calculated. It may be proportion, it may be prevalence, it may be incidence, it may be mean, it may be median, it may be odds ratio, it may be different kinds of estimate that have been calculated to address the question you are dealing with. And each study performs its own analysis and makes these calculations. All right. Any other question up to this point? Can systematic review? Wow, we have talked about this yesterday. We have talked about the impact systematic reviews can have. And in terms of evidence generation for decision making, systematic reviews are ranked the toppest. Just the new one now, umbrella review. But systematic reviews are on the top there. So yes, they can change clinical practice, of course, why not? And that is how you go. In those guidelines, for instance, you develop in clinical medicine, they have to go first and do systematic reviews before the guidelines can be developed because they want to know what is the current state of the art on the topic. Okay, Judith.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Out of curiosity, I would like to know what brings the complexity between the two forest plots you began with. Why is it that the first one is much simpler than the second one? Thank you.
Yeah, why they are simpler? Can anyone help us? Can anyone help Judith here? Why do you think the first forest plot is simpler than the second one? Anyone who wants to help us? Does Daniel wants to help us?
Hello.
Yes, you want to help us?
Actually, I wanted to ask a question, but
Oh, you don't want to help us?
No, let me help. Let me try and help.
Okay.
The first one, the results are simple and explanatory. But in the other one, just like in one of the slides, the results needed further exploration, needed further answers. So you needed subgroup analysis and sensitivity and all that. Like here, we see summary box up to 3 diamond boxes, showing that it needed further explanation in order to understand this studies better. I think that's, and again, it involves more studies too, and not just a few studies. So I think that's what I can garner from here.
Yeah, that is helpful. That's helpful. And then you can ask your question now.
Yes, my question is, can we say effect size measure of outcome? Can we say that can be used interchangeably? Effect size, measure of outcome or outcome.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
That is what it is exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Who is there? Let me see. Badmos.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I just want to contribute to the last question. I think the first plot is just showing, it's just an extraction from the second one. That's why it's more simpler. So the second one is more explanatory, getting us to how they get which data. So, but the first one is just extraction from the second one. I think that's what I have.
All right. Thank you very much. We have Nada. You have a question or contribution?
Yeah, I can contribute just by my little knowledge is about, I think, the findings of the studies and the variables that you want to study. This will reflect on the simplicity or the complexity of the forest plot. This is just assumption. I don't know. And regarding my question is that you added in the last slide that the sample size, infinite sample size will make the, if you kindly go to the slide that you stop on it, because I have a question there.
Now that we have not reached there yet, let's finish the one we are dealing with. We'll come back to that, okay?
So just my explanation is as I said to you. My explanation for the complexity of the plots.
Yeah. I think it's fair. It's fair enough. But Judith, it's just as simple as saying that in the first one, there are few studies, and when you have more studies, it becomes more complicated. In the first one, for each study, there were a few items collected. In the second one here, you have more things. You have, for instance, the year of publication. You have this number of intervention or controls. Then you have the treatment group here, the events here. And then when you come down here, you have different analyses that have been done. So all these scenarios make it that complex. The second plot is more complex than the first one. And of course, we have to start from simple things and move forward. You know, if you could, I used to tell my kids when they're young to just joke with them. I said, Daddy, how were you when you were small? I said, I don't even know, because the day I was born, I started running that day. I said, no, it's not possible. But is it possible that you can do that? No, you have to start from the simple things, and then we'll go to more complex things. That is the way life is, and that is the way life continues. All right. So, Judith, I hope that helped you enough. All right. we'll come back to, okay, I see some hands. I have Adeshola.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to contribute to the differences between the two presentations of the forest flood, and I think you did justice to that. The first one is just the graphical representation of the summary of the meta-analysis, while the second one gives us the details of everything that is presented in the first one, how those details, how those information were arrived at. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Cosmos, do you have anything different? I think we have done justice to this. Do you have anything different you want to ask?
Okay, thank you, Prof. It's been the whole, my contributions there, it's been, justice has been done to it, but I have a question, if I'm allowed to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, not to draw us back, I am wondering what the common unit would be, like if you have a situation where converting all other units to a common unit becomes necessary.
Well, it depends on what you're doing, okay? Yes. If for instance, now you do a study and most of the studies have reported hazard ratio and only few reported odds ratio. So it's easier to convert odds ratio to hazard ratio, if it's possible to do that, than the other way around. So it depends on what you actually have in your hand, then you can make that decision. But we can't give a rule here now because it's context dependent.
Okay, so the other question is, in the examples you given in the slides, I saw odds ratio, I saw relative risk, I saw a mean and all that. Supposing the only point of similarity in the studies you have is just one out of all of this, is it okay to go on and, you know, have that?
So you mean that two studies agree? Two studies, you mean?
Yes,
because
have that one. Hello?
Not one, two studies, because one cannot be similar to itself.
So what I mean is the units now. It's just one unit that is similar, is common among all the studies you have. Is it okay to proceed with that one?
Yeah, I mean, if all the studies have used one unit, then it means that in that level they are homogeneous. So you just do it.
Okay. Thank you, Prof.
All right. Okay, let's move on. All right. So two approaches to performing the meta-analysis. Two approaches. The first one is fixed effect. Fixed effect. From what you have on top there, what can you see? What is the first thing that comes to you now? When you look at this slide, between fixed effect and random effect, what can you see? Just the basic thing you see. Is anyone here? Panteleon.
Thank you, Prof. I immediately am seeing that you need to have some assumptions at hand.
No, I don't mean down here. I mean on the title.
Yes, on the title. Yes, the difference between a fixed effect and the random one.
Yeah, what is difference? What difference do you see?
One is fixed, the other one is random. That's the difference I'm seeing.
Ah, okay. Now you're a politician. Let's go to Carol.
Hello. Yeah,
Yep.
I see that one is in singular and one is in plural. So
Oh,
fixed is talking
I
about
can't
one.
give you a clap, but yeah, that is what I was looking for, Carol. So that is one thing I want you to note here. I want you to note here, everybody. Fix has no S. So if you start saying it, we don't like hearing that in our ears. Fix is singular, it's fixed effect. Random is plural because it's random effects, and that will be clear as we go. I just want you to have that, okay? Just in case you see somebody using it the other way around or not putting the S in random effects, you know that it's not right. So that is very, very important thing to note. So fixed effect. What is the difference between these two? And that is what we are going to deal with now. The difference between fixed effect and random effect as the two approaches to doing the meta-analysis is based on the assumption they are making. It's based. So once you have decided to do a meta-analysis and you have decided to put the studies together, you have to decide which of these two you'll be using. And there's something I will do here today. I don't know. Is there any of you who has done meta-analysis before? Who has done it before? You can just raise your hand. Okay, nobody. Okay, it means that I am the king of the jungle. Okay, Victor. Well, I'm not alone. Okay, Victor has done before, and Kifoli has done before. All right. Okay. All right. I'm not sure what you have used to do, whether it's a fixed effect or random effect. If you have done it before, I will convince you. I will try to convince you of one thing. No, you will convince yourself from what I will say. And if you have not done it before, I will also try to convince you. Or no, you will convince yourself from what I say on the right approach that you can do. But the key thing here is that when you do a meta-analysis, you have to choose from these two approaches to use fixed effects or random effects. And I was saying that the difference is based on the assumption the two of them are making. So listen carefully. I wouldn't get into too much complexity so that we can all follow. Okay. Now, what is the assumption the fixed effect is saying? All right. The fixed effect is making the assumption that all the studies you have considered now in your systematic review are sharing a common effect. That means they are estimating a common effect. So if you do a study in Brazil and you do one in Namibia and you do one in Ghana and you do one in Niger and you do one in Egypt and you do one in Sweden here, that regardless of wherever you do the study, they are estimating a common effect. But it happens that when these studies are looked at, we do not end having them estimating the same effect, even though that is the expectation. That is what it should be, but we end up not seeing that. And fixed effect is making the assumption that while you can see the differences between the estimates provided by these studies is as a result of random error. Chance. It's just by chance. Because certain things can happen that is outside our control, and it just happens. And so because it just happens, we don't need to pay attention to that, because that is what is obtainable in the world. It's beyond our control why they are given different. For instance, if you're looking at BMI, mean BMI, you look at the mean BMI in Sweden, Brazil, Pakistan, Namibia. It says that the mean BMI should be the same across these places. Any difference we observe, which we will always do, is as a result of random error chance. And if you have done basic statistics, if you have done basic statistics, the random error and chance is a function of how we have sampled our study. Isn't it? I hope everybody is clear about that. And it's a function of actually the sample size. We do random sampling because we cannot take all the population into our study. That is why we do random sampling. And so since we cannot take all the population, we have to make strategies of how we can take people from the population and they become representative of the population. So we do random sampling and take a few people from the population. And because it's random, whatever we find from this random sample, we can generalize to the whole population. So the process we have taken to take this sample from the population, there are some error that may occur, that the sample we have taken can no longer be 100% representative of the population because of that sampling. And so that sampling error is beyond our control. It will always happen in as much as we do not use the whole population. And so what do? You shouldn't bother yourself about that because beyond our control. But if you want to minimize that error, increase that sample. The more you increase, the more the random error minimizes. The more you increase, the more, and if you go to the point of including the whole population, you will see that the error will be removed. Okay, so the fixed effect is saying that the difference we may have in the effects between these studies from different places is as a result of the random error that the studies have had being sampled from their respective population. And so to remove the random error, and then when you remove the random error, then fixed effect is saying those differences will be eliminated. So if you have infinite sample size for each study, the differences in the estimate will be eliminated. Is it clear so far? Is there anyone that is still struggling? Oh, I see no. My God. It's clear, it's clear, it's clear, it's clear, it's clear. Yes, yes, it's. Oh no. In terms of votes, it looks like, oh, goodness. Oh, no, no. Not clear has beaten the clear. What can I do? The way I'm talking about it is clear in my head, but it looks like it's not clear. Okay. Perhaps when I explain the random effects, it may be clearer. But one thing you have to know is that we have different studies that we have included in our systematic review. Is it clear up to that point? Yeah, okay. And then we have described that these studies may be different in different respects. Isn't it? It's clear up to that point? Okay, great. Now, we are trying to decide whether these studies, let's say they have estimated mean or the average. The question is, can we put them together? And fixed effect is saying that actually, regardless of where these studies have been done, they are estimating the same thing. The effect estimate is common. If we observe any difference between the effect between the means between these studies, is as a result of how the studies have been sampled, the random error. And that sampling mechanism is something that's beyond human manipulation, okay? And so if you want to if you want to get rid of the differences that exist between the studies, increase the sample size of each study infinitely, then you will see that the differences between the studies, the estimate in the studies will be removed. But the basic premise I want you to know here is that the fixed effect assumption is that the studies are similar between themselves except for random error. Okay? That is what fixed effect in summary is saying. Okay, so now let's go to the next distinct. Let me move here. The random effects is making a different assumption. And I want you to listen carefully. Perhaps from the explanation of the random effect, you have clarity with regards to the fixed effect. The random effect is saying, come, wait. Please, just wait. The issue is this. So are you telling me that somebody has done a study in Pakistan, some has done in Brazil, in Namibia, in Ghana, in Egypt, in Niger? Are you telling me that these studies will be similar to each other in every respect except for random error? If you go to West Africa, what do they eat? How is their road? What is their weather? Huh? How is their school? What is the disease that affects them? Come on, I can't believe that these factors will not affect their mean BMI compared to somebody who is in Pakistan, compared to somebody who is in Brazil. I don't think our world works that way. I believe that each study is peculiar in itself and should be treated in that way, rather than saying they're estimating the same effect. So, in essence, if we put these studies together, because there are underlying background differences that, regardless of whatever you do, they may not easily be removed. If we put these studies together and put them in a line, we can see a distribution of effects. So we are not against pulling them together. The random effect proponent will say, you can put them together, but we have to recognize that there is a distribution. And so when you put them together, we can take into account that there are differences between the studies. Okay? Which means that if I go back to the fixed effect is saying the only difference that exists between the studies is the random error. So between study difference, okay? But the random effects is saying within each study, there is a difference between the participants in the study. And between studies, there's also a difference, which will happen naturally. So let us take into account those differences that exist between the studies. That is what the proponents of random effects are saying. Why the proponent of fixed effects saying that only random error makes a difference between the studies because they are the same in every respect. Is it clear so far now? Is it clear so far? Let me, is there any no? Hold up, it's going clear. Let's clear, keep coming, keep coming. Absolutely, yeah, I've not seen, great, so I move on. I told you that by the time we describe the random effects, then the fixed effect may be clearer. Oh, I see one no. Anyway, one no, the yes has overwhelmed you. So what you can learn from us. All right, I have a question from Daniel. Let's see what you have.
They've been very clear, apart from the last assumption. If not for the last assumption, the infinite number of studies will remove the difference. That's just where.
Okay, so let me explain that. In the fixed effect is saying if you increase the sample size of each study, then the differences will be removed. Are you clear up to that point?
Yeah.
But in the random effects, because random effects is not accepting that it is a matter of random error alone. Because random error is a quantity that is applicable to each study. So if you increase the sample size, but random effects is saying because the studies are different in themselves, regardless of how much sample size you increase, the differences will always be there. Okay, so for you to remove the differences that exist in the studies, if you have many studies, then the differences will be removed because small differences will cancel small differences and big differences will cancel the big differences. So instead of the sample size in each study, let's increase the number of studies that are included in the meta-analysis. Then you see that the differences will be removed. I don't know if that is intuitive enough for you, Daniel.
It's okay, I'm okay.
All right. Okay, it's not fully satisfied. But we can just move on with you. All right. Goodness me, some people are already arguing here. We have not even reached where they said, so why would somebody go for fixed effect? Oh, well, all right, I have Shehu Musa here. Tell us what you have.
So, to my own understanding, if I understand you well, I have a question. Can I say peace effect is much more applicable to a study that you can use like experimental study, like using animals, while random effect, it may be like using human samples, you know, to generalize. I don't, can I put it that way?
We have not reached there, Shehu. We have not reached there. We'll get there and then we can make a decision. Okay, we're still on the way.
Okay, thank you.
We'll come to that. Bira, Judith, what do you have?
Thank you, Prof. My concern is on increasing the sample size in fixed effect. I'm wondering whether you are encouraging a person to take up the studies that have more sample size, because these are studies that have already been done. So how can I increase sample size?
Well, this, you see, we are talking about theory. Okay, we are talking about theory now. The theory does not tell you to go and then you take the studies that have more sample size. In meta-analysis and systematic review, we are not going to do cherry picking. Okay, because if you look at Wikipedia definition, what you're saying is similar to that, except that here we're talking about sample size. We're interested in both big studies and small studies. But you will see what will happen when you do a meta-analysis. You will discover that the big study, because the weighting mechanism used to weight the average is overpowered by the sample size. So the big studies will always overpower the small studies because they have more sample. But we shouldn't neglect the small studies because they are also important in terms of the evidence.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, but we'll come back to that. I think it will be clearer as we move ahead. Let's take the last two people. I have Helena and Gastevas, and then we move on. Helena, please speak.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think that my question is close to the one that was previously asked, but I wanted more clarity. So for fixed effects, I was thinking that if we have to increase sample size, it would mean we'd be increasing the number of studies. And I'm wondering if we would not be getting close to random effects where you increase the number of studies.
No, if we increase the sample size of each study, so if, for instance, you have 10 studies, what this effect is saying is that increase the number of people participating in each of those studies. Okay?
Increase the number of people.
People participating in each of the studies.
Okay.
Is it clear? But random effects is saying, even if you increase the number of people participating in each of these 10 studies to infinite, it will not remove the difference because each of the 10 studies is different. So if you want to remove the difference, increase the number of studies. So move it from 10 maybe to 1,000. Then you will see that the difference will go off. That is the argument random effect is making. So the point of increase is different for the two assumptions or approaches.
Right, Prof. So increasing the number of individual participants will be at the individual study level.
Yeah.
Okay, so then how does it come in discussion of meta-analysis if you're looking at the individual study level where we increase the number of participants to remove differences?
So you see, if you did mathematics, you will discover that many things we do there, you wonder, how does it actually work? Then they tell us that you have theories and then you have practicals. Some theories are not practicable. They just remain theories to help us to understand phenomena. All right. So what happens is that we are dealing with studies that have been done already. And so you can't go back to do anything about it, isn't it? So what do? You deal with what you have. Now, because fixed effect is making that assumption, it's just telling you that, yes, there are differences. We know that. So you just go ahead and do what you want to do. But if you think you want to remove those differences, then perhaps you need to conduct new studies and increase the sample sizes. But if you want to make do of what you have, then put them together, assume that they are estimating the same thing, and then you can discuss that, well, in future, if we increase the sample size, we will remove the differences. But random effect is saying that will not solve your problem, because you can't tell me that people from my village are the same as people from the other place. Of course, we are different. We can't just say that. All right. Anyway, let's hope that this is clear enough. All right. Some people are still crying here. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. I hope it is clear up to this point. Let me go here. All right, if you want to, let's visualize this. If you want to speak, raise your hand and tell me what you see. Do you see any difference? You have on the left fixed effect. I've used it as FEMA, and you have on the right random effect as REMA. Do you see any difference between these two? I can take up to, let's see how many people. All right, raise your hand if you have any contribution to make here. What difference do you see here? I didn't allow Gustavus to speak. Gustavus, please go ahead. And if you have question, ask now. Gustavus, you have the floor. Unmute yourself and speak. All right, it's not there. Nada, you want to help us?
Yes, Professor. In this plot, as you said in the previous slides, that whenever there is a small square, this means the line will be the smaller is larger, and the narrower is the bigger. So in the right side of REMA, we find that the square is very small, while in FEMA, the square is a little bit bigger, while this is not like this, as I can assume. I don't know.
All right, thank you very much. Let's look at Hassan Dahiye.
Yes, Professor, I see that.
Hassan, you are muted. Please speak.
Yes, Prof. Thank you so much. I see that there is a difference in the relative weight, the percentage.
Between that on the right and that on the left. So what difference in what way? Just expand what your response.
You see the relative weight in REMA, the aptitude score of all colleges are higher than that of FEMA in one college.
In every case?
Yeah.
Is it in every case? Look at study C.
50, 30. In that case, not.
Wow, in that case, not. So what you're saying is not applicable in every case. You just visualize. So yeah, let's see if we come to that conclusion. Who is in the line again to have Aminu?
Yes, Prof. The major differences, or the major difference between the two approaches is when we look at the diamond shape, and on each side, we can see that the fixed effect is showing more difference between the two comparison. Then
What do you mean more difference?
That's mean the estimate of the mean effect. The estimate of the mean effect is slightly different when compared to that of the random effect. In the
give us a number. Give us a number. What number are you seeing there?
In the random effect, the mean effect, in the random estimate meta-analysis, the mean effect is almost null because the diamond shape is at the 100.
Yeah, but you have a number there.
Okay, 100.
100 and 100 points.
100.1. And yes, then in the FEMA is 100.6.
All right, thank you for that. That is what I wanted to hear.
It's indicating, yes, the effect on the FEMA is much higher than that of the FEMA.
All right. Okay, I have Victor here.
Yes, thank you. For the FEMA, the summary is a little bit more than 100.
Yeah, we have heard that. Don't repeat what he has said. Tell us if he's find something else.
Then okay, yes, I think that's the only thing. The other things have also been said.
All right. Okay, who is next there? I have Toussaint Omoyone.
What I noticed is that based on the sample sizes, if you look at the end there, especially for the one with larger samples, study C that is having 800. So we see that in the REMA, there's a huge difference compared to that of FEMA. So coming to play with what you have explained earlier to us, that FEMA has to do with increasing the sample size will reduce the error. Now, why REMA says no, it has nothing to do with the sample size.
All right, who is next? I have Miriam here.
Sorry, I wanted to talk about the diamond. Yeah, it's fine.
All right, thank you. And then I have Sarah.
Thank you, Prof, for that opportunity. So I see in FEMA, there is the aptitude score at one college, and in REMA, the aptitude score is at all colleges.
All right, that's great to observe that. Okay. Let's see, next here is Carol.
I was pretty much going to say the same thing that the person before me said.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Nada El Grill.
Yes, Prof. Thank you for this opportunity. I see that the difference relative weight between VEMA and REMA. In VEMA, there is a decrease in relative weight than in REMA in all study, I think, but the largest difference in study C. In
All right.
VEMA, 50%, and in REMA, 30%. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I have John Bosco, and yeah, John Bosco, then we'll continue.
Yeah, thank you. What I noticed is if you look at the boxes at the right side, they seem to be smaller than the boxes at the left side. But if you look at the relative weight of the left and the right, with the exception of C, are the same, but the boxes are not the same. But it's more pronounced in C, where the relative weight is very clear between the two. You could see that the boxes in the two difference are more pronounced.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope this is getting exciting. Here you see, yeah, colleges and college. Okay, all colleges and college. And you see that we said this does not have S fixed effect. This has S fixed random effects. And that also describes on how they think about the generation of the data that is coming from different settings, and this is coming from estimating the same setting. But that, by the way, some of the things you need to notice is the N is the same for the studies in FEMA, and it's the same for the studies in REMA. The N is the same always. But the mean and the mean for each study is the same, but the summary mean, as has been said, is different. And the other thing you notice is that apart from the fact that the mean is smaller here, the confidence interval in the REMA is wider than in the FEMA. This is smaller than this. So the confidence interval in the REMA is always wider than the confidence interval in FEMA. All right. And one other thing you will notice is that in REMA, the small studies are gaining weight. What I mean is not gaining BMI, gaining the relative weight here. The smaller studies are gaining weight. Why in the FEMA, the smaller studies are losing weight? Why the big studies gain weight here? And in REMA, the big studies lose weight. Okay. Those are key important factors, The summary between the FEMA and the REMA may be the same, but the confidence interval of the summary may be different between the two. All right. Now, notable differences between the two. Estimate of the overall effect may or may not be different under the two models. I have explained that just now. The confidence interval of overall effect is wider under REMA than in FEMA. Yeah. The study weights differ under the two models. In FEMA, large studies gain weight. That is why in the FEMA, you have the largest study to have 50% of the weight. In fact, if you put this sample size together, this plus this, plus this, plus this, will give you 800. So it means that study C is taking half of the weight. If you put this together, it will still give you 800, but here 20% has been cut off and given to the other smaller studies. So in FEMA, large studies gain weight. In REMA, large studies lose weight and small studies gain influence. Sources of differences between FEMA and REMA. The assumptions underlying the two models, we have made those assumptions. We have given those assumptions now. That is one source of the difference that is there. The difference, because of this assumption, which is key, the weighting scheme that is used to weight the average is different between the two. Okay? In both models, the weight that is used to weight the average is 1 over the variance. So if you calculate the variance of the means of the studies and you divide by 1, you divide 1 by that variance, you use it to weight. And you know what variance is? Variance is a function of the sample size. Is that clear? Are some people leaving? Because I keep hearing lots of people leaving this place. Are some people leaving? Okay, gaining weight means that the big studies have more power because of their sample size. All right, they take more of the weight because of their sample size. And that is obvious in what I'm going to tell you here now, that the variance is a function of the sample size. So if you have a study that has more people, the variation amongst the people in that study will be small than when you have a study that has small number of people. The variation will be big. So for each study, you weight the average by 1 over the variance, which means that for the big studies, the study have large number, because their variance is small, their weight will be big. Okay? For the small studies, because their variance is big, their weight will be small. All right? That is always the case. This is what happens here. So studies with precise estimates, and that is the big studies who usually have precise estimate, will get more weight because of this. They will get more weight, regardless of whether you're using FEMA or REMA. It will always be the same. All right? Studies with less precise estimate, that is which have high variance, will get less weight. That is what it means by gaining the weight. Now, let's see what the weight is. Because the fixed effect says that the only source of difference between the studies is the random error, the sample size. It tends to correct for that in the weighting. Okay? It tends to correct for that. So the weight given in the FEMA is the weight that is corrected for the random error. And that is the within study error. So the variance within each study is used to make that estimation. All right? And that is the weight is 1 over the variance. This is how this has been derived. Okay, so that is the source of weighting is correction for the random error. If we correct for the random error, we use that to weight the means or the averages or other estimates that have been derived for each study. So for the fixed effect, there is only one source of error, random error, and that is what we try to correct from. All right, let's go to REMA. And I told you that REMA was saying that, well, we cannot make that assumption that if you just increase the sample size, then the problems will be removed. Yes, increase the sample size, but at the same time, you have to also recognize that the studies between themselves are different in themselves. So let's take into account those differences, which means in addition to correcting the error at the sample size level for each study, we should also correct for the error between the studies. So take into account two sources of error: within study error and between study error. So in weighting the studies, why the fixed effect is weighting by the level of the random error within each study, the REMA is using two measures: within study error and between study error. All right. So there are two sources of variation in REMA: between study error and within study error. Okay. So these two put together are used to weight the studies in REMA. All right, are used to weight, and this is called the tau square, which represents the between study variance. Between study variance. So the key point here is that in the what happens here is that in the, and this basic thing you need to know, because of the assumption the fixed effect and random effect are making, it influences the weighting mechanism they are using. The fixed effect is using one weighting mechanism because it assumes that the difference between the studies just only the within study difference, while the random effect is considering both the within study and the between study difference. All right. So because of that, this is what REMA does. This is the only weighting mechanism the fixed effect uses. But this is what the REMA includes to take into account the between study differences. All right. So this tau square is included in REMA to take into account the between study difference. You have to know that. Now, let me ask you a question. This one takes into account, and this you don't know what the tau square is. When you're pulling your study, you don't know. So when you go out to decide to do a meta-analysis to choose between fixed effect and random effect, it is based on the assumption you're making on the studies you are including. If your assumption is that, well, these studies, I think they are similar in every case except for random error, then go and use the fixed effect. But if your assumption is saying, well, wait, no, I don't think it's possible to have these studies being the same in every sense except for random error. No, I don't think so. Then if you make that assumption, go for the random effect. All right. All right. So the random effect assumption is saying that we don't know that how much difference may exist in the studies. So let's take that into account, and it includes it in the weighting. So it introduces a constant called the tau square. The tau square, it introduces it, and then it includes it in the weighting. Because this is a constant, that is why for the big studies in REMA, the weight is reduced when you compare it to the big studies in FEMA. While for the small studies in REMA, the weight is increased compared to the studies in FEMA. All right. Now, this is what the FEMA uses only for its weighting. But in addition, the REMA includes this tau square. If you estimate this and the tau square is 0, what do you think happens? Does anybody wants to help us? Is somebody hearing me? Looks like nobody's hearing me. Can you hear me? All right, so you're hearing me. Okay, I think Gabriel, the Ken needs to check. He said he's not hearing. Great, so I have hands. Let me see how many I can take. I have, let me see here. I have Precious. Precious, you want to help us? Precious, unmute yourself and speak. Precious is not okay. Let me go to the next person here. I have Shehu Musa.
So in such situation, that means PEMA is equal to REMA.
That is what I want. That's what I want. If the tau square eventually is 0, then it means that FEMA will be equal to REMA. And the results of REMA will be the same if you had to use FEMA. But the problem is there is that the tau square is not known before you make the analysis. And we need to choose which one to use before we make the analysis. We can't go and test first, then we choose. We have to choose. You see, in the systematic review and meta-analysis process, you always make decisions beforehand. We don't make decisions after we have seen. All right, so we don't know what the tau square will be, but the point Shehu has made here is clear. If the tau square is 0, it means that the weighting for FEMA and REMA will be the same. And that is what I've written here. If tau square is 0, then FEMA and REMA will produce exactly the same result. And there is, this has been derived with the Simonian and Led have proposed this formula. And mathematically, FEMA is a special case of FEMA with additional constant common to all studies. All right, let's take a break. I think I have given you much troubles, and when we come back, we can attend to those questions. You need to have a relief. You need to have a relief now. All right, 10 minutes, and we'll come back and continue. So we'll come back. Let's make it 15 minutes to the hour. Let's make it so perhaps take all right. Any questions so far? Anyone who has any question? All right, I have Ogochukwu.
Hello, Prof.
Hello.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so far. My question is on the REMA. And the question is, for all REMA studies, would the diamond box always be at the null point?
No, no, no.
Okay.
So that is because of the average estimated in that study. So it can be in any direction.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, I have Idrisu.
Okay, so Prof, thank you for this great presentation. My question has to do with choosing between the REMA and that of the FEMA. No, I'm from the economics background, and normally when you are uncertain of choosing these two, we do a diagnosis test, and we normally use what we call the Dasman-Wu-Hostman test to choose the one that is appropriate for the model. So I wanted to also know, in terms of meta-analysis, if you're not certain of, or if your assumptions, you are not still certain of the assumptions, can you also do any diagnosis test to validate the kind of model that you have to use?
You should be pretty clear. We will come to choosing which one. We have not discussed about choosing the one to use, but we'll come to that. But it's pretty clear the assumption that you are making to the studies contributing here for both REMA and FEMA. If we know the context of our study, then the assumption that fits into that context, whether it's FEMA or REMA, should be clear enough. Unfortunately, there is no diagnostic test. There's one thing people do, which I will come back to and discourage people from doing because it is wrong to do it. I will come back to that. All right, let's go to Idris Ola.
Thank you for the explanation, Dr. Bright. Well, still on the FEMA and REMA, going by the pictures you showed us earlier on, and you mentioned later that the confidence interval in FEMA is usually smaller than in REMA. Now, my understanding of confidence interval is they are also a pointer to the accuracy of the effect estimate. So does it mean that FEMA gives more accurate estimate than REMA, having a narrower confidence interval than REMA?
No, the confidence interval normally is not an indication of accuracy. Okay, confidence interval is not an indication of accuracy. When you do a study, there are two types of error. Let me use that word, two types of errors. One is a random error. Okay, the random error is the error that emanates from our sampling mechanisms. Okay, and that error is quantified using the confidence interval. And that error, random error, is a function of the sample size, meaning that if you increase the sample size, then the confidence interval will always become narrower. For instance, if you have a study of 100 people and you make estimates, if you increase the sample size to 200, you see that the confidence interval, the point estimate, let's say you have mean of 10. That mean, if you increase the sample size to 200 or 300, that mean may remain the same, but the confidence interval will continue to come narrower. So that's the confidence interval is a reflection of the random error. But there's another kind of error that we know in a study, and that is systematic error, and that is bias. So it is in the context of the systematic error, which is a function of what we do in the study. So systematic error is influenced by us. The random error is influenced by chance. Okay, so it is a systematic error where you speak the issue of accuracy. All right, so that is where we talk about that. And that is the issues we address when we look at the quality appraisal. The quality appraisal, we talked about risk of bias. We're looking at the issues of accuracy there. Now, because of that, the confidence interval in FEMA is not more accurate than REMA because it is narrower. It is just the fact that in REMA, you have an additional parameter you use to weight the tau square. And so because you have the tau square, then the weighting becomes, weighting in REMA becomes increased. You have an additional item you have there that makes that the weighting number increases. And that makes the REMA's confidence interval to be wider than the FEMA. I hope it's clear to you, Idris. All right, I have Marilyn.
Hello, good day, sir.
Good day.
Please, I know my question might be basic, but I need to clarify this from my head. I wanted to ask if the approach of our research, either qualitative or quantitative, can also affect our choice of any of these two methods, either the REMA or the FEMA.
Nope.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, nope. All right, let's continue. So it is clear up to this point. We went for a break, and the question is, which of these approaches do I choose? Which of these approaches do I choose? FEMA or REMA? And the first thing I would say to you, which you need to hold it on tight. You're working on the way, you're holding it now. You're sleeping, you're holding it now. Wherever you are, hold it on. When somebody calls you, why do you use FEMA and not REMA? Then you can go and say, well, because of the assumption I've made. And what is your assumption? Of course, you need to explain it. So the choice between FEMA and REMA must depend on the assumption you're making on the data that you are taking. So if you're making the assumption that these studies you have picked from different places are estimating the same effect and are the same in every respect, then good, you take FEMA. But if you say, no, I don't think so, then take REMA. All right. Now, let me give you an advice. I give you advice. It is up to you. But I think I have tried this far to convince you of what is happening here. I give you advice. If you think that all studies are identical, use FEMA. And if your goal is to compute overall effect that is not generalizable beyond the population in the analysis, use FEMA. Okay. I don't know if that is ringing a bell to you. One is that the studies should be identical. Two is that you are estimating overall effect that is not generalizable. Okay, the first one, if you'd ask me, I would say it is near impossible. The first one is near impossible. All right? It is near impossible to have studies that are identical in every respect. Is near impossible. And if the goal is to estimate overall effect that is not generalizable beyond the population, and then why do we do this study? Because we do a study to generalize. We do a study to make inference. We don't do a study and pack it in the box. We want to do it so that it can be utilized beyond the population we have studied. And so I guess this is ringing a bell of what use the FEMA brings on board. All right. Fermat's assumption is strong and is implausible in most systematic reviews. Studies may be common or similar in many ways, but are rarely identical to assume the same effect across studies. I don't know how many of you agree with me on that. I don't know. You know that they're identical by evaluating their different components. Study design, population profile, investigators, and so on and so forth. Investigate all aspects of the study. All right. All right. For REMA, REMA is typical of real-world synthesis. Actually, it is typical of what we find in our real world, that we are combining studies with varying effects, and based on different things, influences have come into those studies. That is what we are doing in real world. Okay. And so my advice would be, if studies are obtained solely from the literature, then even when it is not obtained solely from the literature, I would still advise that you use REMA. But if eventually your studies are obtained solely from the literature, then REMA is more plausible to use than FEMA. Variations between studies may depend on characteristics of study, population, study methods, quality, and so on and so forth. So not just random error. And our usual goal is to generalize our results beyond our study. All right. If you use REMA, as I have indicated to you from the formula we have given, the weight that is used is 1 over the variance in FEMA. And in REMA, the weight is 1 over the variance plus the tau square. Okay? There is no cost you make for using REMA. Okay? One, it is more conservative of the two because it makes an assumption that is closer to the real world. And REMA will always equal to FEMA if there is no heterogeneity. And heterogeneity, I mean here, if there is no difference between the studies, which means that if the tau square is 0, the REMA will always be equal to FEMA. But the issue is that we don't know that the tau square is 0 or not before we do the study. All right? And before we use the models. In essence, if there is a difference and the tau square is not 0, by using REMA, you account for that difference and use it to weight your studies, your estimate. All right. REMA incorporates variations in calculating the weight, but you have to know it does not explain the variation. So REMA does not tell you, okay, the variation is due to this, is this amount of variation. It takes into account when weighting, but it does not explain it. And so variations between studies need to be further investigated through sensitivity analysis, subgroup analysis, and so on and so forth. All right, so I think let's see what you think. Now, when you leave here, what method do you think you would like to use? Tell me. I've done my work. if I'm contesting for a president, it looks like I will win outrightly because everybody's voting for me. Oh, except one person said I will use both. All right, Rema has taken the day, and I applaud those who have gone for. Somebody says that she or he has heard little of this, but still, it will go for Rema. That's good. All right, Cosmos, you have something to say?
Yes, Prof, thank you so much. What I want, I have a question. The question is, if you are using Rema, and then you have series of studies, and of course, there are variations in this study. There will be variations in the studies. And then you are talking about a mean as a combination of the effect of the studies. And then you have outliers. Some of these effects in the studies may be so different from others that they may be called outliers. And then you are using the mean effect. But don't you think in such a situation you'll be missing something big if you generalize with such an outcome?
So that's a good question, and that is one of the things we are going to treat tomorrow. Because like the last slide, Rema gives you indication. The assumption is that the studies are different, but it does not explain those differences because the differences are there. Okay, and the question is, what is causing those differences, and why do we deal with those? How do we deal with those differences? Tomorrow we are going to deal with those issues. We'll call it heterogeneity. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
But today, I want you to go home and go from this course, and then you can challenge those who use Rema and ask them, why do you do that? Because I have the answer to your problem. All right? So okay. Rema should be the gold standard. Somebody is asking, then why do we go through the trouble of FEMA? Is it explaining it in this course, or do you mean why should somebody use it? Anyway, you know that I have said before that we have to start from theory and to practice, and the theories will always be there. It's not every theory that ends up to become used. If you go to the literature, and that is what I want to introduce to you now, okay? Every group pay attention. You have in-class activity 3. If you look at the outline, after tomorrow's recap of what we have done today, the next work we are going to do is the in-class activity. All right? You can read that paper yourself, read it yourself before we'll meet tomorrow, so that when you meet in your group, you can look at it. What I would like you to do is go to the statistical analysis section of that paper and read and see which method did they use. Which method did they use? Rema or FEMA? Why did they choose the method they have used? All right. The assumption they have made in using each method, is it clear? And have they made the right assumption? So tomorrow in-class activity will be judging the appropriateness of the choice of meta-analysis approach used in a systematic review. And that is what we'll be going to do tomorrow. So it'd be good that you take a look before we meet, and then we'll take it from there when we meet tomorrow. So going forward, my advice is always use Rema. Okay? If there is no differences in the studies estimate, then you will automatically get FEMA. But if there is, which you don't know before you use, then that will be taken into account in the weighting. All right. I think before I send you out, I will send you out soon now. Just give you 5 minutes to get yourself in order. Let's switch to PubMed and Rayan, get yourself in order, and then we continue from there to quickly take you through what we did yesterday so that you can catch up again. So 5 minutes and then we'll continue. All right. We start. You ready? Okay. So I take you to PubMed. This is where we started. PubMed here. And I showed you the mesh. This is where you go to see mesh terms PubMed has for different sorry, let me see. Different mesh terms PubMed has for different terms you want to deal with. For instance, if we have something like this pregnancy, we want to see if PubMed has a term for, okay, pregnancy. Yeah, I'm doing that right. Pregnancy. Oh, yeah. Right. Then it starts here. The status during which female mammals carry their developing offspring. For instance, if you click here, and then it gives you all this. So all these are under pregnancy. All these are under pregnancy. And so if you take here, if you build here and you take pregnancy here, you take this into your search strategy if this is a term that needs to be included in your search strategy. So that is how you use the mesh to collect information that you'll be using to build your search strategy. And once the search strategy is built, then you can start doing the search in essence. And that is where we went to yesterday. How do I increase the font? Let me see if I can do that. If I increase it more than this, we will not have. It's fine now. Okay, I hope everyone can see that. So now what we do is we have collected all the information we need. And then we'll go to advanced. I showed you yesterday. We'll go to advanced. Here. Let me take my first search. We collected yesterday. And I put it here. And I search. And when I search, this is the number I get. 1,136, 500, 1,136,562. That's what I have, but I go back to advanced. And when I go back to advanced, you can see that it has collected what I have searched here. All right. And then I go to the next. And this is what we got, 983,130. And I go to still advanced. And I search the third one. This is what I got, 4 million plus. Let's search the last one. Oh, goodness me. I thought it was to increase the fonts. Now you said I should decrease the font. All right, we have done this 4 searches, as you can see here now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we did something yesterday that we just combined the 4 of them. But please, when you want to combine, do it sensibly. Do it sensibly so that we can avoid mixing things. But yesterday it worked, so we include this. We include that. The second one we include with and. The third one we include with and. The fourth one we include with and then we can search all of them. Yeah, it has not increased. It's still 576. Nothing has been added since yesterday. In some cases, it is the case that something is added. All right. And so we have now 576 papers that we need to include in our systematic review from PubMed. And what you do is you take save. Save. When you come to save, you have selection here. You take all the results, not all results on this page, but all results. And then format, we go for PubMed, and then we say create a file. And it is working on it on my left side, Chrome. Chrome does it in this way. So then I save it somewhere. All right. I save it somewhere. And once I have saved it, the next thing I do is now to go to Rayan to bring the paper records to Rayan. And yesterday we created a file, title for that, systematic review, domain, biomedical. All right, and we can create. It's created, and it wants me now to bring the file to Rayan. If you have searched, I saved in my computer. Okay. I saved in my computer, save somewhere where you can retrieve it. So now I select the files and bring here. If you have such more than one database, you select the different files. Here we are using only PubMed, and it has brought that here, and I will click continue, and it's updating it. Right, it has brought the 576 here. Do you all still hear me? Looks like some people are not hearing me. Do you still hear me clearly? Okay, great. All right, Daniel, you have a question, please. Daniel, unmute yourself and ask your question.
226 new articles on green, on top, 220 0726 SR blah 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 cohort, 226 new articles instead of 576.
Yes, because usually it's uploading this batch by batch, but you can always see here.
Okay.
How many has come or here? You can see here. So it's bringing them batch by batch. So maybe the first batch came and then it's bringing the second batch here. All right. So it's all clear until this point.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So let's go. And so now you want to screen this. You want to screen this. And I told you that Rayan uses some machine learning algorithms to prepare this to make it more efficient. So it looks at what is in your paper, and the papers you have collected, it looks at them and makes suggestion of keywords from that. So it has made suggestions here, keywords for include, keywords for exclude. It's just making this suggestion. You can see that here it has randomized, here it has randomized. So it's a machine that is working on it, but you know what you want. So you can come here, you can look down and see the studies that are, the key terms that are possible to exclude studies from. Here, you can include, for instance, if I say add new, it gives me opportunity, say animals, click OK, and it has given me a number of animals here. And so you can include different words, that you don't really need. Let's say I have mice. See, there are 24 mice studies. And so what I would do is that I want to streamline this. I click this. When I click this, it's showing me 24 studies here, and I can easily see before I remove them quickly to see if these studies are done in mice, then I just need to exclude them because I don't need studies in mice. I need studies only in humans. So by doing this, it gives you opportunity to do your screening efficiently in Rayan. All right, I have Sarah. Sarah, you're bringing up your hand.
Yes, thank you, Professor. my concern is in the keywords included, yours have several number of words, but in mine it shows 0 on the number, like randomized, but 0, not 26 like yours.
Not 26 where? So
If
you have two sections here. Is it showing on keywords for include?
Yes.
Yours?
Yes, keywords for include.
And it has 0.
Yes, all those are 0.
What are keywords for exclude?
They are equally showing 0.
Do you have 576 here?
Sorry, where?
Here, do you have 576?
Undecided, I have in undecided, I have 531 undecided.
531. So it means that you're still uploading.
They were 531. They came 531 from the PubMed.
Is it?
Yeah.
So what do you have here? What is showing here? Showing what?
On
here.
the top, showing 1 to 4 of 250 unique entries.
250. So it's still uploading. Yours is still uploading. That's why it has not shown this.
Okay.
So I don't think it has uploaded everything.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, I have Badmos.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to know if you can exclude according to years. Let's say you want a recent study, want to review recent study. Can we do that? Thank you.
Yeah, you can do that, but you can also do that in PubMed. You can use filter for years in PubMed. It's easier to do it there than to do it here.
Okay.
So the year restrictions is better to do it in the respective databases. Okay, Ahmad Ramadan.
Yes, hello.
Oh.
Thanks a lot. First, my question is, can we use PubMed filters first before using Ryan filters?
Yeah, that's what I've just explained now. So if you have some exclusion and inclusion criteria, implement them in PubMed, then the rest.
And they will be more maybe accurate, or Ryan will be more accurate?
No, do the filter. If you have the filters in this thing in your protocol, do it in PubMed before coming to Ryan.
Excellent.
Yeah, so you search by combining mesh terms and other terms, okay? All right. All right, great. All right. Somebody wants the link to my PubMed. I hope it will not be overwhelming for you because the link is quite long. So if you click that, I think you should be able to get to. All right, so now you can screen you can screen here. As you click each paper, the abstract comes down here, and you can make your decision, include this paper, or maybe you're not sure, or exclude. So once you click a paper, you click here, my name appears, and this will be excluded because it's red. If you have this one, if you have done it and you want to change it, you change it to green. And so on, you go on, you go on, you go on. And I see that some people are asking, how do you upload PDF full text? You can do that. See this function here. That is how you upload. And once you have done your screening and you have the studies that need to be looked into more carefully, you just highlight them and you export. What else there? Let me see. All right. Any question from anyone? I think this was what we did. I have Hans, I have Shehu, Musa.
Well done, sir. Thank you so much for the lecture, sir. Is there any possibility for you to do the screening without going to Ryan, to use only formats, and then to do your review?
To use what to screen?
Only PubMed.
No, you can't use PubMed. PubMed is to get the papers. You can't use it to screen.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
You use Rayan, or you use something else like Mendeley, Zotero, EndNote, RefWorks, all those.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Francis.
Okay, Prof. Thanks. Please, on the Ryan database, I can see detect duplicate here. I don't know what's the function of that.
I told you yesterday that Rayan can detect duplicates but cannot remove them. So that is why you work with the duplicates in EndNote. EndNote can detect and remove duplicates, but it's not very good in detecting. Okay, but it can remove when it detects.
Thank you.
All right, then have this ma. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. Just two quick clarifications. Number one, so the process that you indicate, we need to do that for each and every article that we selected. Let's say the 700 of them.
Yeah.
Okay, then, okay, fine. Then the second one, can you show us how to import the files where you have used more than one database? Let's say you use PubMed and maybe you used Scopus or JSTOR in Ryan.
Yeah, you see the same place. So what I was doing before here. Yeah, so you do this from the beginning before you come here. So when you are importing, you continue to import there. I don't know if you understand what I mean. So before I come here, you see where I imported in Rayan here. Then once I have finished importing, I can be taken to the place I am now. So it's here. When you are importing, you import it here.
So after, does it give you options to select more files? Because I saw the button for select files.
Yeah.
and
It gives you more
continue.
option. It gives you more option to select files.
Oh, so what? Okay. So once you've collected, you don't tell it to continue. Do you click on select files again?
Yeah. That's right.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
So when you finish in Rayan, let's say you have let's say collected how many studies that you think should be included, 15 studies. Then if you want to take them out of Rayan, you export. I have different options here. It means you need to export. Okay. Sorry, here included. I export. And you have different options how you want to export them. And you export.
Hello?
It's clear?
Yes, okay.
Yes, I'm seeing on my calendar this call coming up.
Yes.
I have not been able to attend the previous calls.
All right. I think I would like to send you now to your group breakout session so that you can continue with your group work. I will visit each group. I will visit you now so that we can resolve the issues of your topics. Okay. Then once you finish, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here. If you have questions, you can call my attention to your group, but please 10 minutes to 4 p.m. GMT, I'll have another meeting. So if you can find another way to meet, that would be great if you're still around. All right, let me open the rooms. If you have not put your group number to your name, please do so. But I've opened this now. You can choose to go to your group.